Hey there and welcome back to Tube channel. Today we are going to build AI video ad generator application with the help of React and Next.js. This is a full stack SaaS application which we are going to build it completely from the scratch. Once you build this application, you're gonna learn how to generate a video script with the help of AI, how to upload the image on the cloud, and then how to create an avatar which can talk depends on our script. Also, we're gonna learn how to generate an AI avatar voices as well. Everything we're gonna learn in this particular course. Let me walk through this application first and then we'll talk about all the tech stack which we are going to use to build this application. So if you see, we have this beautiful clean landing screen and then we have the Gmail authentication. After authentication, we will jump onto this home screen. Now, I already created some of the advertised video, okay? But if you want to create it, we have this create ad option. Now, over here, you can enter any topic or any product link for which you want to make the advertise. For example, I will take this Amazon's product and for this one I want to make an ad. So I will just copy this text. We don't need to copy any link or anything and simply click generate. After generating, it will create few scripts for your video. If you see, this is the video project topic and here we have the video script. You have option to select any of them and right now it generated 3 different scripts for you. So we'll select the one. Then you have option to upload the images as well. So I have some images related to that product. I'm going to upload it and then we are going to upload this product on the cloud as well. Then you have option to select a different avatar. If you see, we have bunch of avatar and then we're gonna learn how can we get this avatar and how can we animate those. So let's consider to select this avatar. Then we even select the different voice as well. Here if you see, if I play the voice, you can even taste it how it actually sounds.
Sees in the world what he carries in his heart.
See how beautiful. And simply at the bottom we have option to generate. As soon as you click generate, it will generate voice, upload the images and it will save your data and boom, it will redirect you to the home screen and saying your avatar is getting generated. Now with the help of ingest function, we are executing the long running API call with the help of ingest so that you don't need to worry about what the running the long API. Right now if you see inside the ingest, our API is running. It generated the author ID where you can see the output and right now it executing the creation of author, which will obviously take some time to build it or to generate it animated avatar for us. With the help of Akool AI platform, we added this AI avatar generation, voice generation, and with the help of Akool, you're gonna learn how can we create this AI kind video for the advertisement, for education, for art, for your e-commerce product, and many more. It provides a streaming avatar functionality, video translation, face swap, image talk, talking avatar, and many more features which you can find it with the Akool. It's completely free to use and I will put the link in the description for a best discount if you want to buy it to get more feature about the Akool. And with those Akool tools, we are going to use it inside our application so that you can build the beautiful AI ad for us. And if you see, our avatar is generated, it also generated the output and with the help of ingest, you will see all the statics. With the help of Convex, we are going to save all our application data and it is a real-time update. So you will see that data will insert it into a database. And here our advertise is ready. If I open it, you will find 3 different styles of your video ads. Whichever you like it, you can just render it for a download. And let me play it for you so that you will see the 3 different variety of our video ad. And let me show you the example.
Hey everyone! I'm so excited to share my new summer essential.
So this is the first one. This is the second one.
Hey everyone! I'm so excited to share my new summer essential, CeraVe's Hydrating Mineral Sunscreen with Sheer Tint. I love that it's SPF 30 and uses zinc oxide and titanium dioxide.
And the third one.
Hey everyone! I'm so excited to share my new.
And this is how we can generate these video ads. You're gonna learn how can we generate a different style, how can we add all of this feature inside your video advertise, and there are a lot of things that we are going to learn in this particular video. Once you generated the video, obviously, as this is a SaaS application, we are also applying some credits. So inside the billing section, you will see now I have only 20 credits left. Each video will take 10 credits. So whenever user generate a video, then it will deduct 10 credits from his account. But with the help of PayPal payment gateway, we added the payment integration where user have option to buy more credits. Once want to buy, depends on the pricing, user can just add the payment details and then user can buy the credits for his account. How cool. Everything we gonna learn in this particular video. If you have any question, any doubt, you can connect me on my Discord channel or you can ask the question in the comment section. If you want to access the source code, I will put the link in the description and you can go to the tubeguruji.com to access my all the exclusive courses and the source code. You can join the membership as well just for the $15 which you will get the access for my all the source code, the member only discount and many more different AI based projects which help you to build your resume and get the job much faster. So guys, if you are new to this channel, don't forget to subscribe, press notification bell icon so that you will not miss any update and press like button and share this video with your friends. So guys, without doing any further delay, let's begin to develop AI video ads generator application with the help of React, Next.js, Akool, Convex and many other tech stack. Now first thing first, let's create a React application with the help of Next.js. As Next.js is the React framework to develop the web application which provide a lot of different features. If you are new to the Next.js, don't worry because I'm going to teach you everything about the Next.js. First thing, simply go to the nextjs.org and simply copy this command which is npx create next app at latest. Now I will just open the folder where we want to create a project, then open a terminal at that folder. If you are using the Windows, then open the command prompt and then simply type or paste the command which you copied, which is npx create next app at latest. Now at latest will install the latest version of the Next.js application. If you want to use any specific version, you can just use the version number instead of the latest and then click enter. After entering, it will ask you, do you want to proceed? Say yes and then give the project name. Here we'll say AI video ads generator. Then would you like to use TypeScript? We'll say no, no to the ESLint and yes to the Tailwind CSS. So it will automatically install the latest version of the Tailwind CSS, which is Tailwind CSS version 4. Then no to source directory, yes to the app router because that is very important, and no to the turbo pack and no to the import allies. Now here if you see, it started installing the dependency like React, React DOM, Next and some dev dependency for Tailwind CSS and Post CSS. Once it is ready, you will see the success message and your project is now ready. Now simply open a VS Code and simply open the folder with the project which you just created. So in my case, it is in the projects folder under the Next.js and AI video ad generator and then say open. Here say yes, I trust the authors and then you will land on the project where you will see some file and folder for the given project inside this file explorer. Now first thing, you will see the app folder which contain your all the pages, the layout and the CSS. All the code which we are going to write about the or adding a new pages to our application will be inside this app folder. The first file which is a global CSS which contain a globally applied CSS to your application. Then we have this layout.js file, which is a root layout of your application, which contain HTML body tag. Now all the pages are going to route through this root layout and with the help of these children. Okay, you can also add this metadata, which is very helpful for the SEO purpose, and if you want to apply some custom font, you can even apply that one as well. Then we have the page.js file, which is the default page of your application. Now once you run the application, you will see that. Then we have this node module, which contain all the packages needed to run this application. We are not going to touch this folder anytime. Then we have the public folder, in which we are going to save all your images, assets, font, whatever you want to use it from your local, you can keep it inside this public folder. Then we have the next.config.js file, which contains the configuration related to your Next.js application. The package.json contains the name of your application, the version, along with the script to run, build your application, the dependency along with their version, and the dev dependency as well. Here if you see, we are using TailwindCSS version 4 along with the React 19. Now we are going to downgrade this React version to 18 because many of the libraries is not still uh, fully capable of for the React 19. So we are going to just update to 18. Okay, and then save it. But once you update this version, we have to make sure that updated package need to install. So inside the terminal, you can open the terminal just by dragging this, or go to the terminal and click new terminal as well. So it will open the terminal inside your VS Code. Here just type npm install, or the short form is npm I, and then it will install this updated version. Now your application is running on the React version 18. And then the post CSS. Now first thing first, inside the terminal, I will just run our application. So just type a command npm run dev. Now once you enter this command, you will see your application is running on a localhost on a port 3000. Just open this port on your local browser. So localhost 3000, and boom, if you see, your application is rendering, and this is the default page of our application. Now I will just scroll this side by side so you can understand a little bit more clearly. So if I go to this page.js, which contain this default page, okay, so whatever the data or the UI you are looking on the screen, it is written inside this page.js file. Now I'm going to delete everything, okay, and I'm going to add simple div tag. Inside the div we'll say h2 tag, and here we'll say subscribe to Tube Guruji. So guys, if you are new to this channel, please do subscribe to our channel. Now once you add this and save it, automatically on the browser it will refresh it for you, and then here if you see, the text subscribe to Tube Guruji is showing on the screen. How easy and quick, right? So that's how you can create your Next.js React application and run it for very first time. Now next important thing that we want to install in our application is a Tailwind CSS based UI component library, which is a shared CN. Now shared CN is very popular library. It's an open source and it is widely used by the lot of developers, and that's the reason we are also going to use this shared CN. It also used in IT industry as well. So simply go to the shared ui.shadcn.com and then go to the documentation. Inside the documentation, you will see this installation section. Select the framework. So in our case, it's a Next.js. Then select the command. So make sure you will select this npm and simply copy this command. So inside the new terminal, I will just initialize this, and then it will ask, do you want to proceed? Say yes. And here you can select the base color. Okay, you can select anything. I will select this slate, and then it will add the shared CN to your project. Okay, now if you see, our shared CN is ready to use. Now over here you will see the new folder get created called lib, and then the component.json, which contain the configuration related to your shared CN, which contain the style, the Tailwind CSS information, and some aliases as well. Now once you install the shared CN, you will see inside your global CSS some of the color variable get added, right? So that is added by the shared CN. Now whenever you want to make some color change to, for example, if you want to make some changes to a primary color, you can just update this color code over here. You can even put the hex code as well. Okay, after this, if you want to use any component in order to inside your application, you have to just install that component. Let's consider that you want to use a button component. Select the button here. This is the npm command, and then I will just execute it here so that it will install the button component inside our project. And then in order to use it, you can just type button, and if you see, this button component is importing from the component folder, and here inside that will say subscribe. If I save this, you will see, okay, so right now many of them are getting this error called module not found. Okay, so it's regarding this tw animate css issue. So here inside the global CSS, you will see this import tw animate CSS. Just remove it for now and then just rerun your application. Okay, so restart your application, and then if I go back, it will run it as it is. Perfect. Now once we add this button, you will see this button subscribe is showing on the screen. So that's how easily you can add the shared CN components. Now you also have option to add all of these components in one go, but we are not doing that because we're going to use only component that we need it, okay, in order to make our application performance better. Now the next thing that we are going to do is to update the font for our application, and for that one I'm going to tell you the easiest way. First, simply go to your root layout, which is the layout.js file, and I'm going to remove this default font. Okay, also make sure from the class name I will remove this everything and then save it. Now you might have a question, where do you find this font, right? So quickly go to the Google Fonts, and inside the Google font you can choose any font which you like it, literally any font. For example, I like to use this outfit font, so I will select this outfit. Remember the name, simply go back to your layout.js file, and inside here if you see this import statement, obviously we don't want this font, but you can use any Google font through this import, and here just type the font name and you will get the suggestion. And once you add that, simply you need to initialize the font first. So here we'll say constant outfit is equal to outfit, and inside this we'll say subset, we'll say Latin. Okay, then inside the body you have to add class name, and then we'll say outfit dot class name, and then save it, and that's all you need to do. And if you see, now the font of your all the text is changed automatically. Now everywhere, whenever you use any text or display any text, it will apply this outfit font automatically. If you want to apply some other fonts some specific text, you can also do that. Okay, but for now we are good on this one. I hope you understand the complete setup, because this is very important in order to move to the next chapter. Now let's add an authentication to our application, and for that one we are going to use a clerk. Clerk is very popular authentication service provider, and in many of my applications I use the clerk because it's quite easy to integrate. It's provide a lot of different feature, and most important is quite secure. You will find you can add multiple authentication, fraud and abuse prevention, magic links, different social authentication service provider, and many other things you can implement with the help of clerk. So if you don't have an account, just create a new account and sign into your account. After that, here you have option to create an application. Give the application name. Here we'll say AI video ads generator. Then you have option to enable multiple service or social authentication service provider like Google. You can have option to enable Facebook, phone number, username, and there are a bunch of other. On the right hand side, you will see that how it actually look when you integrate the clerk authentication, and simply create application. With the help of clerk authentication component, you don't need to even write a code for the UI. With the clerk component, you can directly use their own pre-built UI as well. Now, depends on the framework, you can select the correct SDK. So in this case, we are using Next.js, so I will select the Next.js, copy this npm command, go back to your project and simply install this. After installing, here these are the environment variable which you need to add it inside your .env file. So copy this. If you don't have .env.local file, make sure to create one, something like this, inside the root directory, and simply paste this code. Let's save this one, and then you need to create a new file called middleware.js. So I will just copy this name inside the root directory. We'll add this middleware.js file. Now this file is very important in order to prevent user to access pages which need authentication, so that all the routes you can mention inside this middleware in order to prevent from the unauthorized user. So make sure to add this. Then simply you need to wrap your application inside the clerk provider. Okay, so inside the root directory, or inside the root layout file, actually inside the app directory, go to the layout.js and simply wrap your application inside this clerk provider. Now make sure to import this clerk provider from the clerk Next.js and then save it, and after that you can run your application. Now this is the basic step that we have to follow in order to add the clerk, but we want to create our own sign in and sign up page. So click the link in the description which will jump onto this Next.js clerk documentation. As we know that we already installed the Next.js, then we also added this middleware file. Now on this middleware file, if you see we have this reference, just click open the link in the new tab. Here you will find how to set up the middleware and all of this detail. Okay, but let's go back to our main documentation page. Now fourth step was to add the clerk provider, that also we implemented, right? And then you can run. But here we want to add our custom sign in and sign up page. So just click on that option, and here you need to create a new route called sign in with this sign in page. So I will copy this path, then we'll go back to our app folder, and inside this app folder we create a new folder, and I will start the name with the circular braces. So Next.js will not consider it as a route. This is just for the grouping purpose. Now inside this, we'll paste this path, make sure it's a JSX and click enter. And boom, it automatically create the folder, and inside that folder, it also added this file. Then simply copy this content and then paste it here. Same thing you have to do it for the sign up screen as well. So I think we don't need it, okay, because sign in also use it for the sign up, I think. So just ignore for now, or same thing you can do it for the sign up as well. Then inside your middleware, right, you have to update this code. So I will just copy this middleware file as it is, and simply inside the middleware.js I will replace with this new copied code for the middleware.js file. Then inside the environment variable, we need to add these three environment variables. So just go to this .env.local, paste this and then save it, and then run your application. Now if I go back and refresh this screen, you will see it redirect me to this sign in page, because if I go to the middleware, you will see only sign in page is a public route. Okay, and obviously you need to in order to access any other route other than this sign in, then you have to sign in to our application. But here you can add, for example, the default page, you don't want to add authentication, right? Just add a slash. So what it will do, if I go to the localhost, now it will not ask you for authentication. But if I try to access, for example, dashboard, then it will ask you to sign in. How cool, right? Now if I sign in with Google, and we'll say continue, and then it will sign into our application, right? Now obviously we don't have this dashboard route, that's why we are getting 404 error. But now if I try to get again, it will allow me to go to that particular route, because now I'm authenticate to our application. Okay, so that's how easy it is. Perfect. Now let me close all of this tab and let me introduce some of the component from the clerk, and it's very easy. So first I will go to this, let's go to this localhost 3000, and this is our home page, right? Now if I go to the page.js, here if I add a user button, this component is importing from the clerk, then save it, and then here you will see the user profile icon which user will log in. If I click on this one, boom, if you see we have this beautiful popover where you will see an option username. In the manage account you have option to manage all the information, and obviously this is currently in development mode, but at the end of this course I will tell you how to put it in the production mode as well. So that's how easy it is. Now you might have a question whether clerk is free or not. So yes, clerk is completely free to use, so you don't need to worry about up to 10,000 user. That's is sufficient for the small business. Okay, so I hope you understand this authentication. Next part is once user sign into our app, then we're going to save user information to our database. Now it's time to save the user information, and for that one we need a database. Now once user log into our application, we'll check if user is new or not. If user is new, then we want to save user information to our database, but if user is existing user, then we're gonna get the user information from the database. And in order to save all of this information into the database, we are going to use a Convex. Convex is open source database which help us to build an AI apps uh, using this Convex. Now Convex provide a lot of different feature like real-time update, type safety. Also you can execute the cron jobs. It also has server functions, and you can even store the files as well, like images, video, and many other things. Most important is free to use as well, so you can get started with the free plans. And recently Convex launched the new AI agent called Convex Chef. Convex Chef is an AI agent which helps us to build a full stack app with the Convex as a backend database, and which help us to build everything. You don't need to worry about anything. It's just a full stack ready to go AI apps which you can build with the help of Convex Chef. And today we are going to use a Convex database for our application. You can also do the self-hosting for the Convex, so you can even deploy the Convex on your own premises. So first thing, if you are new to the Convex, just create a new account, then log into the Convex, and then if you see I already have a bunch of different projects I created with the Convex. Many developers users use the Convex because it's quite easy to use and very type safety as well. Now here you have option to create a new project, give the project name. Here we'll say AI video ads generator, we'll say create, and then boom, your database is ready to go. This is how easy it is. Now you have option to create a table. You can see all the health for your database, how many record failure rate, cache rate. Then you have functions, files which is stored to the Convex cloud. Then you can run the functions and many other information as well. Now obviously we are going to create a table from our schema that we are going to run from our application. So now next step, click the link in the description for the documentation. Here you will find how to integrate the Convex to your Next.js app. So first thing first, you need to install the Convex. So just copy this npm install convex command, go to your project and simply install this. Then you need to run this npx convex dev command. So we'll run this npx convex dev. Here it will ask you, do you want to create a new project or you want to choose existing project. Now we already created the project, so we'll say choose existing project. For the first time you might need to they might ask you to sign in to the Convex, okay, through the web browser. Then you will see all the project list which is inside your Convex projects. So here I will say AI video ads generator, and then your Convex is now ready to use. Once you initialize this Convex, you will see few changes to your file explorer. The first and very important, it's added a new folder called Convex. Inside the Convex, there are some files added by the Convex only, so you don't need to worry about that one. And along with that, inside .env.local file, they added this Convex deployment URL and the Convex URL as well. Okay, so you don't need to touch to any of this configuration or any of the file for now. Next thing, you need to wrap your application inside this Convex provider. So simply we are going to copy this Convex first. Okay, this is the Convex React client initialization, and I'm going to create a new file inside the app, and we can call it as a provider.jsx. Now I'm creating this file because I want to keep this provider on the client side and will keep layout on the server side. Then here let's add a default template, something like this. Now in order to add this feature, to add the default template, you can use an VS Code extension called React Redux snippet tool. Okay, this one. And also make sure to install the TailwindCSS snippet tool extension as well, which is quite helpful when you're writing the TailwindCSS classes. Now once you add this provider, make sure to accept the children here as well, and then copy the line which you paste the line which you copied. Then make sure to import the Convex React client. So I will just copy this import statement and make sure to copy this use client as well, because we have to mark this component on the client side. So make sure at the top you will mark it as a use client. The next step is wrap your provider inside this Convex provider, something like this. Okay, and this Convex client, obviously we are passing to this Convex provider as well, and that's all you need to do. Okay, so obviously your Convex is now ready to use. Let's create a new table called user through the Convex. So in order to create a table, simply go to the Convex and we'll create a new file called schema.js. Now inside this schema.js, you can just define the tables and column which you want to add to your database. Make sure the name is start with the schema only, and here then we'll say export default, then we'll say define schema, and then inside that you can define number of column which you want to add it. For example, now we want to add a users column. Now here we'll say users, then we'll say define table, and then just provide the column which you want to use or which you want to add. So here we'll say name. Now we will add v from the convex values dot type string. Okay, so that's how you need to define a type inside the convex for the given column. Then the email of type string, then we'll add a picture column, picture column, we'll say v of type string. Then the credits column, obviously which is of type number, and then we want to add payment id, a payment order id, whatever you say. Okay, you can change it later on if you want. Here we'll say v dot optional, because I want to keep this column as optional column, and then here we'll give a type as a string only. So these are the column we added. Now you might have a question why we did not add an id column, because Convex automatically generate or create an unique id for your each record, and it automatically add the underscore id column along with the creation date. Okay, with a new create date column as well. You will see in a moment. Now once you save this file, okay, and make sure inside the Convex the function is ready. Okay, it means you don't have any error and this particular schema runs successfully. Now if I go back to the Convex database, here you will see the new table automatically get added. How cool. And if I click on this table, obviously we don't have any data, but if I click on this add, and here you will see all the fields or all the column which you mention inside the schema. Obviously this particular column is not showing because this is an optional column, so you don't need to mandatory, or this is not mandatory column, so that is not showing under this one. Also, anytime you can see your schema by going to the schema at the bottom, click on this, and here you will see your schema file. So that's how you need to create a new table. Okay, perfect. Now the next thing, once you have the table, it's time to check if user is new once user sign into our app, and then depends on that one we need to take an action. So for that one, I'm going to create a new file, but before that, let's go to the app folder. Here, if you remember, we already created this provider, right? Now we have to make sure your application is running through this provider. So go to the layout.js file and then simply add this provider, and then put these children inside this provider. It means now this children is passing to this provider, and then it come to this children, and then is rendering to this Convex provider. Now let's go to the Convex first, and inside the Convex we'll create a user function. So here we say users.js. Now whatever related operation we want to do it on a user table, that all the actions we can write inside the user. Okay, so first let's say export constant create new user, and here we'll say mutation. Now mutation help us to do the insert, delete, update operation. Okay, inside that we'll say arguments. Now inside the argument you need to provide which of the field you want to take it in order to insert to your database tables. So in arguments we want a name of type, so here make sure to add the type as a string, then email of type string, and then picture of type string. So these three columns you are going to get from the user. Then you need to add a handler. Here inside the handler we say arguments, sorry, not arguments, async, then ctx comma arguments and the arrow function. Okay, now first thing we'll check if user already exists. Okay, and here we'll say if not, then insert new user. Now in order to check if user is already exist or not, here we'll say user data is equal to await ctx dot data db dot query, and then the table on which you want to query. Then we'll say filter. Now obviously we want to check depends on the user email. Okay, so inside this we'll say q dot equal to, then on the field email, and then we'll again say comma arguments. So here we'll say arguments dot email, and the last we'll say collect. Okay, so it means it will select all the column which matches with this email with our argument email. Now after this we'll say if user data dot length if is greater than 0, is equal to 0, it means user in our database, if user with this email is not present, it means user is new, and then we're gonna save it to our database. So here we'll say constant result is equal to await, then ctx dot db dot insert, and then the the table name, and then we need to provide all the data. Now here simply I am going to write a data is equal to and all the field which you want to save. So here we want to save name. That name value we can get it from the arguments dot name, then the email again arguments dot email, and then picture again from the arguments dot picture. Along with that one I'm going to save the credits information. By default I'm going to add 30 credits, okay, to each of the user, and now this data we want to pass. So simply either you can use the spread operator, something like this. So what it will do, it will just pass each of the field one by one. Okay, and then once you get the result, you can console this result. So in that one you will get the inserted record id. Okay, now this record id we want to return. So inside the return you can simply add dot 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 data comma, or you can do like this, dot 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 data comma underscore id, which is result. So whatever the id we are getting, we are passing it as a underscore id. And otherwise, so I will just collapse this. Otherwise, once we have the user data, simply return user data of 0. Now 0 means because we are getting only one record, and the first record you have to return back, and then save it. So that's how easily we created this create new user functions. Obviously it will check first, and then depends on that one it will insert the record or return the record. Once your user function is ready, now it's time to call this mutation or convex mutation on our inside our application. Now for that one I'm gonna create a new folder or new route, okay, and we can call it as a workspace. So I created under the app folder with the name workspace, and inside this we'll simply create a page.jsx file. Obviously this is the default page, and we can call it as a workspace. Save this one, and now if I go to this localhost 3000 slash workspace and click enter, then you will see the text workspace is showing. It means our page is rendering successful. Now to this workspace we are going to assign a dedicated layout, so separate layout. So we'll say layout.js file. To this layout.js file, let's add default template. Here we'll say workspace layout and save it. Now obviously we need to render the children, something like this. And to this workspace as well, I'm going to add a provider similar like this root provider. Okay, here again we'll add default template, and here we'll rename this to workspace provider. Again from that I'm going to render the children and save it. Now obviously make sure this provider is you are calling inside this workspace layout as well. So we'll say workspace provider and then add these children. So the reason that we did it, because we can keep this workspace layout on the server side and this workspace provider on the client side for this workspace route. And here we'll say use client and save it. Now another important thing, this workspace is authentic, it cannot be accessed to by unauthorized user. Okay, so unauthorized user cannot access this workspace until unless he sign into our application. And obviously all the application workflow is inside the workspace that we are going to add. So that's the reason I created this route, and if you see it's perfectly working fine. Now inside the provider.js, here we're gonna call constant create new user and the arrow function. Now inside here we'll call a mutation, so we'll say new user mutation is equal to use mutation. Now this use mutation hook is importing from the Convex React, and here you need to define the API. So we'll say API dot users dot create new user, and if you see this API is also importing from the Convex API only. Okay, and save it. Now once you have this new user mutation, you can say constant result is equal to await new user mutation, and inside this you need to provide all the argument which is required like name, email and picture. Now the question is where to get this from. Now once you log in with the help of Clerk authentication, Clerk has a hook called use user, and it will return the user information. Okay, make sure to destructure this one, and then you can say for example you want to pass name, so you can get it from the user dot full name. Then you want to pass email, that you can get it from the user dot primary email address dot email address, and the last is picture, you can get it from the user dot image URL. As we are using await, then mark it as async, and this create new user you need to call inside the use effect only when the user information is available. So that's the reason I'm calling like this. Inside the use effect, when the user information is available, then this condition will execute and then our method will get executed. And then at the last we'll say console.log result and then save it. Now let's test this out. So if you see, it's now loaded. I will go to the console and boom, inside the console we got this ID, right? And inside the object you will see the all the information like ID, picture, name, email. All of this information is inserted to our Convex database along with this automatic generated Convex ID for each of this record. Along with this all the information which we pass. So that's how easily you can do it. Once we have the user information, obviously this information we want to access in a different pages and component. Obviously you cannot call this method everywhere or every time. So in order to share this information across the application in a different components and pages, we need to save this in a one state called context. Now context will help you to share your data across a multiple components. So let's define a context. So inside the root directory, we can create a context folder so that we can keep all the context inside this context folder, and inside that we'll say user detail context dot .jsx. Now inside this simply add export constant user detail context is equal to create context and then save it. Once the context is created, then you need to wrap your application inside this user detail context provider. Let me show you how. So simply first we'll go to this workspace provider and wrap your this workspace provider children inside this user detail context dot provider. Now to this provider you need to pass a default value which you can share across the application. Now all the children come under this provider can access your context, okay? And obviously let's define a state called user detail in which we are going to save information, and here we'll say set user detail with a result, as simple as that. And then pass this user detail comma set user detail and then save it, and that's all. That's how easily you can share this information now in different pages that we're gonna learn how to access in upcoming chapters. But right now make sure you are able to create a new tables, then you are able to save it successfully. And if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section, or you can join our Discord channel as well. Now on the workspace layout, we are going to add a sidebar, and on the right hand side we are going to show all the content depends on the which option user select on the sidebar. So in order to add a sidebar, we are going to use a shared CN component. So simply go to the shared CN. Oh, that's weird. So I will go to the shared CN, and under the component we have a component called sidebar. Now this component you can use it, is very easy, and it has all the functionality where you can collapse it, you can add header and lot of other things. First we'll install this sidebar using this command. So go to your project, inside the terminal I will paste this command. Then next you need to copy this all this CSS code and simply paste it inside your global CSS file. So I will put it at the top only and then save it. After this is the basic layout of the sidebar, where at the top we have the sidebar header, then we have the sidebar content which is the middle part, and each inside the content you can add multiple sidebar groups, and then we also have the footer, and all of these things are wrapped inside this sidebar. Now in order to use it, first thing you need to wrap your application into a sidebar provider. So simply I will go to the workspace, and inside the workspace we have the provider. Let's wrap it. So I will wrap it something like this. with a sidebar provider. Now make sure to import this sidebar provider as well. Then we need to add the sidebar trigger. Now this sidebar trigger actually help us to collapse and open your sidebar. Okay. Now right now we don't have the sidebar yet. So we'll create a new sidebar component. So under the workspace, we'll create a new folder called underscore components. And all the component which is common to the workspace will keep inside this component folder. Inside here, we'll say app sidebar dot jsx, add a default template and then save it. Now this app sidebar component, we are going to simply add it here, similar like this one. Now let's go to this, and here this is the use case that how to use the sidebar. So first we'll import the statement about the sidebar inside the app sidebar component, and then simply copy this code and then we'll paste it here and save it. Now if I go back to our application and let's refresh this workspace. So right now obviously this trigger need to be imported. So inside the provider, make sure to import this sidebar trigger, and if I refresh, boom, if you see, now we have this dedicated sidebar where you have option to close it or open it. How beautiful. Now whatever the options, icon, logo you want to show, you can just add it into your workspace or in sidebar. Okay. Now first thing, we'll add a logo at the top. So in order to add a logo, just search on Google logo placeholder. Here you will find a different placeholder option which is in the SVG format. You can copy whichever you like. So I will copy this one. Okay, so just click on copy. Then inside your public folder, we'll create a new file called logo.svg. Because we copy the SVG file, so and then we'll paste this SVG and then save it. So I will make sure it's pasted here. Yeah, now if you see, it's showing that logo as well. And inside the header, we want to add that. So I will use image tag from the next/image and then close it. Now many of you ask this question, why we use the image tag from the next/image. That's because Next.js provide an image optimization functionality which is inbuilt. Just you have to use their image tag and you can do the image optimization. Now over here, we'll just simply say logo.svg. You don't need to give complete path because Next.js will automatically detect you are trying to access this file from the public folder. Then in alt, we'll say logo, and width, here we'll say 100 for example, height we'll say 80. And this is how you can optimize your image. If I save it, you will see the logo is displaying on the screen. Let's make it little bit larger. Perfect. Okay. Here for this sidebar header, let's try to give the class name. We'll make flex and then make item to be in the center. So it will be that this logo will be in the center now. Also we'll give margin top to 5. Perfect. After this, we want to add and simple horizontal line. So outside of this sidebar header, I will add horizontal line and then save it. Something like this. See, perfect. Here you can give margin y to 5. So same space between from top and then bottom. After this, I'm going to add a button. So this button will be inside the content and we can add in one group. So we'll create a sidebar group and inside this we'll simply add this shared CN button, and here we'll say create new add video and then save it. Something like this. See, then we'll give margin top to this one. So for this one we'll say class name margin top to 5. Now currently the primary color of our application is a slate, which is something like this black color, but you can change this and you can make add the different primary color. So for that one, simply go to the global CSS file, and inside here you will see the primary. Here you can have option to replace this OKLCH color format to some other. So simply go to this oklutch.com, and here you can select the color which you want. Here you will get this code. Just copy that and simply paste it and then save it. Now once you save, you will see the color now changed this primary to some other color. How cool, right? So that's how you can update your primary color. Now next thing, we want to display the menu. So over here, first let's go to this app sidebar, and inside the another sidebar group, we'll say sidebar group content, and inside the group content uh, we're going to display the list of all the menu. Over here you can add a sidebar group label as well, something like application, save it, and this is how the label will display. And for the menu option, I'm going to create a constant. Here we'll say menu options and the arrow function. Inside that we'll say name, or we'll say title, let's say dashboard. Then for this one, the icon which you want to show, you can use it from the Lucid React, which is already installed when you install the Shadcn. Here we'll say layout dashboard, and for the part we'll just say workspace. Okay, then I will copy this, I will paste it few more times, and then we'll change this to, let's say, create ad. Here we'll say video camera, I don't know what we can call, or just we'll say video from the Lucid React. Here we'll say slash create ad, and so on. Now here I added few options like my videos, billing, and settings, and depends on that one I also added this icon. Now inside this group content, we're gonna add sidebar menu, and inside the sidebar menu just iterate this menu options. We'll say menu option dot map, we'll say menu comma index, and the arrow function. Inside here we have sidebar menu item, and inside again that we'll add sidebar menu button. Now here we'll define key as index, and inside this menu button we'll simply add an anchor tag with a h reference. And now for the h reference, obviously we already have the path, so we'll add path for that one. And then we're gonna show the menu dot icon as an component, and then inside the span tag I will add a menu dot title, and then save it. Now once you save, you will see this option. Obviously it's not look good, so for this a tag we'll add a class name. So this is how it will look like. Just refresh it, and once we have this menu button with the anchor tag with the icon and the title, you can add a style for that one as well. So simply first we'll add for the sidebar menu button. Here we'll add a class name, and I want to add padding to 5. Perfect. And then for the anchor tag we'll add a class name. Here we'll say I will add a dynamic styling. We'll add a text of 17 pixel, and let's save this one, so a little bit bigger. Perfect. I think this is much better. If you want, you can change the size of this icon. Let's say height to 8 and width to 8. I don't know whether it's increase or not. If I refresh it, I think let's make it 10. I think that's good. Next, depends on the selection. Okay, here I need to be index actually. Now depends on the selection, when user select, or depends on which route you are, right, we need to highlight that particular option. So for that one I'm going to use an hook. So here we'll say constant path is equal to use params. Now it will write the endpoint. Okay, so in this case is slash workspace, something like that, right? So and inside this anchor tag we already added this code with this tag. Here we'll say dollar sign and we'll add a condition if path name is equal to item dot, oops sorry, not item, menu dot path. If it matches, so we'll say and then we want to show a text as primary color and background we'll say sky 50 and then save it. Also make sure I will make this as a use client. Okay, and inside the console we'll just add this path. Okay, so this need to be a path name actually, okay, not params. So this need to be a path name in order to get the path, and if I save it you will see now this is showing as a highlighted. Perfect. Instead of sky color we can change this to, let's say, purple 50. I think this is much better. You can just make it 100. Perfect. I think purple is not matching. I will make it blue. Yeah, blue is perfect now. Okay, so that's how you need to do it. Obviously once we have the on create ad, then it should be a slash create ad. Okay, so that's all. I hope you understand this sidebar functionality. Okay, this is very important because this is the basic layout of your workspace page. Now let's start implementing the create ad page. When you just click on the create ad or on this create new ad button, it will redirect it to this create ad page where user can enter the topic. After entering the topic, obviously on the click of next, we're gonna generate three script variant. Okay, user can select any of them which user think, okay, this is perfect fit for his product or for his story or whatever. Then user have option to upload the video image related to his product or related to any website which he want to show inside the ad, or user have option to generate the AI images. Then user can select the different avatar for his video. Okay, so we gonna show different characters, and then user can also have option to select a voice, and then again after that we are going to display a different video style variant which user can select any of them, and then he can start generating it. Okay, so that's how we are going to implement this complete functionality. So let's do one by one. First we're gonna create this page. So I will go back to our application, and inside this under the workspace we're going to create a new route. We'll say create ad. Inside that we'll create a page.jsx file, and then let's add a default template. We'll rename this to create ads and then save it. After this I will also make sure inside our app sidebar we have this create ad route, and now if I refresh this screen once, so this is our app, let me refresh this once and click on this create ad. Okay, so right now we use this hyphen, so maybe that's the reason it's not showing. Oh, maybe we did some mistake when we click on the link. So here on the click on the anchor tag, this need to be a path and not a title. Okay, so make sure that, and if I go to the create ad, you will see now we are on the create ad page. Now let's go to this page.jsx. First thing I'm gonna add some padding, let's say padding 10, and then we'll add some margin top to, let's say, 32 and save it. Then I will just bring this down Okay, and inside this text, as per our mockup, I'm going to use this text. I will just copy and then we'll paste it here inside the h2 tag. Now for this one, we'll add a class name. We'll make font bold, text, let's say 2XL, and we'll make text align in the center. Perfect. Obviously, here we'll make flex item to be in the center of the screen, and we also make justify center, so it will be in the center. Okay, I don't know why it's not getting in the center. Maybe let's try to add a width full. So that's because inside our workspace provider, you will see that we wrap these children inside the div. So what we can do, we can just add class name width to full, and we'll give the padding to 10 as well. Okay, for all the pages. So again, you don't need to provide the padding. And now if you see this text in the center of the screen, then we're gonna add this subtext as well inside the p tag. Let's save it. For this one, we'll add a class name. We'll give margin top to 3. We'll make text larger, and we'll make text gray color of 500. Okay, obviously, I think we mark it this as a flex. We'll make this flex column, so it will be at the bottom side. And now after this, we want to add the input field. Now for the input, we are going to use a shared CN component. So inside the shared CN component, just search for the input field. So this input component we are going to use, just copy this command and then we'll paste it here. Here we'll say yes, and then it will install. So over here, we'll simply add an input field. To this input field, we'll add a placeholder. I will say enter the topic or product info and save it. I will just make sure it's displaying on the screen. Right now, if you see, the width is quite big. Okay, so for this one, we'll say class name width, let's say medium, and save it. So this is how it will look like. You can just mark this as a large maybe. Let me bring this down, and you can also provide a font size. So we'll say a text is of large. Okay, so when you enter, you can able to see the text. Also we'll give margin top to 5, so some space, and then at the below of that, we're gonna simply add a button. We'll say generate and save it. Over here, we'll add a sparkle icon, something like this. See, and for this button as well, we'll give margin top to 5. If you want, you can give width to large. Okay, so I think large is too much. Let's make it medium only. Perfect. Now I also added one image called advertisement.png. These assets I'm going to share with you, and which I'm going to show at the top. So maybe I will add a div. Inside the div, we'll add an image with a source, and then we'll say slash advertisement.png. Over here, we'll say just icon. Inside the width, let's say 150, and height to 150. Perfect, something like this. See, and how beautiful it's looking now. Now it's giving some look to our this particular section. Also, if you want to add some background or some border, that also you can add it. So for example, if I give padding to, let's say 7, and we'll add a border, we'll make rounded to 2XL and save it. And also you can say border dotted, and this is how it will look like. Okay, so it's up to you how you want to do it. I will prefer not to add the border, because I think this is looking much better than the border one. And now once user enters some information on the click of generate, we need to integrate the AI model which will generate the script for us. Okay, and then we'll save that into our database and we'll go to the next uh, part. Okay, obviously here we are going to create a dynamic route which I am going to tell you in a next chapter how to do it. But before going to the next chapter, make sure you will save the input information. So over here we'll add a const, just we'll say on change, so it will emit the event. Okay, and from this event we're gonna save the user entered value. So we'll say constant user input comma set user input is equal to use state, and simply over here we'll say set user input with e dot target dot value and then save it. Now when whatever user enter, we're going to save it inside our user input state so that we can use it. As we are using the use state hook, we have to mark this component as a client. So just mark it or mention it as a use client and boom. Okay, perfect. Now once user enter the topic, let's create the or generate the script with the help of AI. And for that one, we are going to use an open router AI model. Open router provides a lot of different LLM model which you can use it by just changing the model name, and that's all you need to do, and that's how easy it is with this open router. Also open router provide a free use of any model which you want, so you can just explore, and if you see it's written free, so you can use it for free. Also in order to use any model which from the open router, just click on that model. For example, consider you want to go with a free model and select the model which you like it. So I most probably prefer the Gemini model, so I will select this model, and in this section you will see this model name. Okay, that's all you need it. But before that, we need to integrate this open router through the Open AI SDK. So I will go to the API, and here first thing you need to create an API key. Now if I go to this create API key, here if you see I already have bunch of API key I created. I will give name AI video ads generator. Then you can put the limit and then simply click create. Make sure to copy this key, otherwise you will not generate or you will not get this key. You have to generate the new one. So I will go to back to our app, and inside here we'll create next underscore public underscore open router API key, and then we'll paste this key. Now we don't want to use next underscore public because we want to use this API key on the server side, so you don't need to add this next underscore public underscore. Then save it, and once you save, here you will see your key. Now simply go back, and here this is the example that you can make a call, but we are going to use an open AI SDK. So I will go back to this documentation where you will find this command called npm I open AI. So simply head to this terminal, and here we'll say npm I open AI, click enter, and then it will install the open AI for you. Once it is installed, you will see this example. It is in TypeScript, but don't worry, you can just convert this into JavaScript. So I will copy everything as it is for now, and we'll go back to our application. Let's close this tab, and now we're gonna create a new API inside our Next.js application. You don't need to create any Node.js backend for that one. Next.js has this feature as well. So I will go to this app folder and make sure to create a new folder called API. Okay, once you create this folder, then obviously you can add the endpoint by creating a new folder under the API folder, and here we'll say generate script dot generate, just generate script because this is the endpoint, and inside this you need to add route dot jsx file. Now inside this we'll say export constant async function, as this is the post request, so we'll say post and then request. You don't need to add a constant, just export async function and the paste the code which we copied. Now this is the import statement, so we'll put it above this export Then this is the initialization of your OpenAI. Now over here you need to provide then API key, and we don't need this header, so we'll remove this header from our environment variable. I will just copy this open router API key and simply will paste it here. So process.env.openRouter API key. Then we don't want this main function because we are using our own post API call, right? Inside here we are just making or calling this OpenAI chat completion, and then we need to pass the model name. Now model name, as I say, you can use any model name which you want. Just copy this and simply paste it here. Okay. Then inside the message you need to pass the content, whatever you want to ask to the AI model, and then it will return the result. And inside the console log they just return this message. So in our case we will return the next response dot json, and inside this we'll say we'll pass everything as it is, and again from that one we'll just get the exact content which we want. Now for this content we need to create our own prompt. Okay, so in order to write a prompt, simply you can write it at one place, or you can just add it to this route.jsx. So what we can do, inside the root directory we'll create a services folder, and inside the services folder we'll create a prompt.jsx file. Inside that we want to write all the prompts which we want to use it. Simply here we'll say export constant generate script prompt, and then we can write the prompt here. Now just whatever you want to ask to the AI model, you have to add it to this prompt. Okay, so here we'll say depends on user input, generate 3 different video script. I will say depending on your topic, generate 3 different video script in JSON format. Now over here also I will add 3 different video script for 30 seconds video which user for user in the video, for user in the video. Okay, and we'll say in JSON format, and we can even define the schema how you want it, right? So inside the schema we'll just add the array list. Inside this we'll say content, obviously which contain the script. Okay, and same thing dot 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 I will say. I think that's all we needed. Okay, if you want to enhance the script, you can just add more detail inside your prompt, and that's all you need. At the last over here we'll say topic, so that user can enter, or we can replace this topic text, and then we can add this prompt. Let's save this one, and now we're going to use this prompt. Now before that, from inside the post request we need to get a user inputs. So we'll say constant user input is equal to await request dot json. Obviously from the body of the post request we can get this user input. Then we already have this OpenAI defined. I will just use this at the top, and we'll also export this one so that at other file we can use it. Then we have open user input define. Let's define a prompt. So we'll say prompt is equal to, and we can use this prompt name. Make sure to import. Then we'll say replace, and we want to replace this topic. Okay, so we'll say topic with users input. So whatever user input is we're gonna send that that is replace this particular topic string. Or you can just add a topic only. Okay, that is I think more meaningful instead of confusing you guys. And then once you have this prompt, just replace this with your prompt. Okay, and then save it. And this is how your AI model API endpoint to generate the script is now ready. Now simply you need to call that, okay, as soon as user click on this generate button. Let me show you how to do it. So let me close all of this tab for now. Now we'll go back to the workspace, create add inside the page.jsx. Here we're gonna create a constant. We'll say generate AI script, or we'll say generate video script, AI video script. Okay. Now inside that we need to make an API call to this HTTP endpoint. So for that one we need to use an HTTP client called Axios. So simply type npm I Axios, click enter, and then it will install the Axios HTTP client library, and so you can use it. So here we'll say constant result is equal to await Axios dot post request, okay, and then provide the API endpoint. So that is slash API slash create add, or not create add, API slash generate script. So that need to be a generate script, okay, and then you need to provide the topic information, okay. So in this case we'll say user input. Here we'll make this as async, and once you have that we'll say console.log result, okay. Obviously you are using Axios, so your result will be inside this result.data, and then save it. Now this particular method we need to call on the click of this button. So over here we'll say on click, and then simply call this method. Now one more important thing we need to consider, that we need to add a loading state. So whenever you make an AI model call, obviously it will take some time to get the data. So in meantime you can show the loading icon. So once you start, here we can show the loading as a true, and once it is end we can show loading as a false. Also we'll disable the button when the loading is true, and we can replace this sparkle icon with the loader, okay, the animated loader. So here we'll say if loading is true, then I'm gonna show a loader icon, otherwise I will show a sparkle icon. Now for this loader icon we'll add a class name, and we'll say animate spin. So what it will do, it will give the spinning animation that you will see in a moment, and then save everything. Now let's test this out scenario. So we'll go back, and now you can put any topic, or if I go to this Amazon and search for any product on which you want to make the uh, write the script or make the any uh, ad, right? You can copy this title, I will paste it here, and simply we'll say generate. Once you click generate, obviously your response will be inside the inspect panel. So we'll see. So we'll wait, and if you see this loading indicator as well, currently it's making a call, so it's loading, and boom, we got 3 different scripts, right? Obviously all the script we are going to save to our database, so that user can choose one of them whenever he want, okay. So obviously this script is of 30 seconds long for a long video. So now once the script is ready, now it's time to save script to database, okay. Now in order to save it to a database, we need a new table inside our Convex database. So in order to create the table, first we'll go to the Convex folder, and inside that we'll go to the schema.js, and let's create a new table. We can call it as a video data. Inside this we'll say define table, and define the column which you want to add. So we'll say topic of type string, then we want add a script, we'll say scripts, so we'll say v dot of type any, then we'll say script variant actually, okay, because we are adding multiple script, and here we'll say script with of type string, okay, or we can add let's add a string only. Perfect. Now along with that one we need to save a lot of other information as we discussed, right? Because we want to show uploaded video, then all the our selected avatar and voice, and a lot of other things. So here let's add that too. So we'll say uh, assets of type any, because we want to save it in the form of JSON object. Then we'll say avatar, of type any again, then we'll say voice of v of type any, and the user id. So here we'll say uid, which is of type id, and make sure it is connected to the user table. So that's why I'm providing the table name. Now after this we also want to add some more column. Okay, so here we'll say voice url, okay, of type string, because once we have all the information, right, then we're going to generate a voice which in the form of mp3 url. Then we are also going to generate an author url of type string again, and then video url once you render it of type any. Obviously right now I'm adding this much column, but if you want to add more column we can add it later on. Now out of this column we want to make all the column and optional, okay, except the topic and the script variant. So what we can do, we can just connect this to an we can wrap this inside this optional, something like this. Okay, so over here we'll say optional, and I will copy this and paste it here as well. And for the string you can add is something like this. Perfect. Now obviously user id, topic and script variant is a mandatory field, so that need to be there. Now let's save all of this information. Once you save it and go back to the Convex, I will just refresh the screen. You might see that our table is not rendered here. That's because we might miss something, and in order to see the error, just go to the Convex where you are running, and here you will see the error as well. So it's saying cannot read a property of undefined and optional. So if I go over here, something we miss it. The table is not created because we have the error inside the script. We added this VB, so that's the reason. Let's save it, and now we are good. If I go over here, if you see, we have this now video data table created. Perfect. Now I also created a new file called video data in order to save the video information. So simply go to video data, and I created a new mutation called create new video data. In that one, I am accepting these arguments which we needed, which is mandatory to save in our table called user ID. We obviously provide the table reference to that one. Then the topic of type string, and then script variant. After this we added the handler, and inside the handler we just defined that okay, we want to insert the record inside the video data, and then these are the field the column and their respective value which we are getting from the arguments. Make sure to return this result because which contain our record ID. Now this particular mutation is similar to which we implemented inside this create user. Okay, so same way we have to implement for the video data as well. Now once you save it, head back to the page.jsx file and just define this mutation. So we'll say use mutation, and then define the API reference using api.videodata.create new video data. Okay, then over here we'll say constant response is equal to await create new video data, and inside this you just need to provide all the fields. Now for the user ID, you can get this user ID from the use detail context. So make sure to add this, the user detail comma set user detail. Now here we'll say user detail underscore ID. Then we want to add a topic which you can get it from the user input, and then the script variant which you can get it from this result data. Now this is very important because the result data does not contain a proper JSON response. So if you see this JSON, right, it is not properly defined. So we need to replace that unformatted text. So simply we'll say constant raw result is equal to, we'll say result dot data, and then we need to just simply replace this string, okay, with an empty string, and also we'll add one more replace And if you see this bottom, right, that also we want to replace with the empty one. Now once we have this raw result, we'll say constant JSON result is equal to JSON.parse, because we want to make sure to convert this string into a JSON format, and then we'll pass this raw result. Now this JSON result contains our script. Obviously that script we are going to pass, and then once we have the response, we'll say console.log response. Obviously this response contains the record ID, and later on we need to redirect user to new route, okay, once we get the response. But first we'll check whether we are generating the script and saving it to our database. Let's save all together. I will clean everything, and over here we'll say let's make a script for the iPhone 17. Now I will say generate, and depends on the topic it will generate the script for you. And if you see it's still loading, so we'll wait, and boom, if you see the script is generated, and the most important thing, it's return the record ID. Now this ID, obviously it is we are getting from this video data which contain a new record, and this is the ID is returned back. Inside this you will see the 3 column with this value user ID, which is attached to the users. Then we have the topic, and then we have the script variant, and which is in the form of JSON only. So in the form of JSON only we are saving this information. How cool, right? So that's how guys you need to save the generated script to your database. Now once we generate the script and save it to our database, it's time to navigate to the new screen where we're gonna select some option in order to generate the actual video. Obviously it's a dynamic route, so depends on our record ID. We are passing that record ID inside our URL so that it will jump onto this page, and we can easily fetch the existing information like project name, video script, and obviously we have 3 options, right? So that 3 options we are going to show. Option to upload the image, select the avatar, voice, and many other things. Also on the right hand side we are going to show the preview of how it gonna look your video once you select all of these options. So let's create a new dynamic route. So inside our folder under the workspace we have the create ad, and inside the create ad I'm going to create a dynamic route. Now in order to create a dynamic route you need to add a folder name with the square bracket and give the name. So here we'll say video underscore, or we'll just say video ID, okay, underscore ID we can call, and inside this we'll create a page.jsx, and then let's add a default template. Here we'll say create video, or we'll say not create video, but we'll say just add create video only, okay, because the other page is create ad, and then save it. Now most important part here, you need to understand what is dynamic route. So in this case we have this workspace, then we have the create ad, right, and then we want to add a new route which can be anything, like in this case the record ID or video ID, right? Now video ID can be anything, and obviously in order to show the same page with a different route name, we need to call it as a dynamic route, okay. Now once we have this create video, in order to get the video ID which we are going to pass, you can get it within this, just use this name as a video ID, okay, same name, and then we have params, sorry, we have the hook called use params, or I think use path name, I need to check this, and then save it. And after this you need to just console this video ID, so you will see whether we are getting correct result or not. As we are using the React hook, make sure to mention the use client at the top, and if I go back and add any value and enter it, you will see this create video page, and inside the console you will see this ID, whatever the ID we pass. Now in our case this will be the ID that we are going to pass, okay, when we save the script, something like this, and then we'll get this ID. Now first thing, let's go to this page.jsx where we have this generate AI video script, and obviously we already commented this that we want to route it to the new page or new route, which is the create video. So simply first I will define a router which help us to route it programmatically, and make sure to import this use router from next/navigation. Inside here we'll say router dot push, and then we'll say slash workspace slash create add slash and the id. Obviously this is the generated id we need to pass, as simple as that, right? And then save it. I will just put this about this one and save. Perfect. Now once we have this id inside this or on this create video page, depends on this id we need to fetch the record from the video data. Okay, as we already have the id, which you already learned how to get this, right, with the help of this use params. Now we need to write a query to get the data. So simply I will go to this convex folder, enter the video data, because we want to fetch data from the video data table only, right? So here I will write constant get video data by id is equal to query, because we want to fetch data, right? So we'll say query, and inside the arguments we just want to get one argument, which is uh, video id. Will say vid is equal to colon and the type. Now the type in this case is vid and the table name, which is video data. Now simply provide the handler. Here we'll say ctx comma db arguments and the arrow function. Now we'll say constant result is equal to await ctx dot db dot get. Now I'm using get method because we have the record id, so you don't need to write a query for that. Just pass the arguments dot vid, and Convex automatically detect which table you that particular convex need to look, right? Depends on the id which you pass, you will get only that record from that particular table. And then we'll say console. You don't need to write console.log, just we're going to return the result and then save it. Now make sure this particular function you are going to export it, called get video data by id. Save this one and then go back to your video id. Inside this video id you can directly call constant video data is equal to use query. So make sure you are using use query, and inside that you can define api dot video data dot get video by id. Now in this one you can even pass the argument directly inside the vid, because we already have the video id that you can pass it, and inside the console we can write a video data and then save it. Now if I go back here, you will see we got the video data. Perfect. Now obviously in that one we have the script, topic, user id and all of this information. But if you observe, at every iteration it's calling or making a call to our database, because we define this use query at the top, right? Now in order to avoid this, for now I will just comment this. Okay, here you can use a convex hook. So here we'll say use convex, and then you can write a method called constant get video data, and inside that we'll say constant result is equal to await convex dot query. Now inside that we'll define a query, so api dot video data dot get video by id, and then you can pass the video id, something like this. And obviously inside this result you'll get the actual actual data from the convex table. Here I will make this as async. Now once you get the result, make sure to save in a one state. So we'll remove this console now, and we'll define a state called video data comma set video data is equal to use state, and then simply I'm gonna set this video data as result. Now this particular get video data method we need to call inside the use effect, something like this, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application and refresh the screen, right, you will see we got the data. Okay, so yeah, this one. Now it has a topic, it has a user id and the scripts which we already saved. How cool, right? So that's how you need to fetch the data, depends on the ID which you are passing to this dynamic route. Now once we have that one, we need to show it displayed inside the form kind of structure. So let's define this screen into two parts, one for the preview and the bigger size column to this form. So inside this we'll say h2 tag and we'll add create video add. With class name we'll add a font bold, text is of 2xl. Then we'll add a div. Now this div has a class name, we'll make it grid, we'll make grid column 1 when the screen size is smaller, and on the medium or larger we'll make grid column 3. Okay, out of these 3 column we're gonna assign 2 column to the form and 1 column to the preview. So here we'll say preview, and in order to assign 2 column out of these 3 column we'll say class name. When the screen size is medium we'll simply add column span 2. Okay, so out of this 3 we added 2 column to this one, and that's how you can add it. Now this MD nothing but the medium screen, so it depends on the screen size, it automatically apply that particular styling. Okay, and here we can call it as a, for example, let's say form, and save it. Now if I go back here, we have the form, and on the right hand side we have the preview section. Beautiful. Obviously here I will add margin top to, let's say, 7 or 8. Perfect. Now let's add the script. So script information, and for that one we want to add the topic which user entered in the previous screen and the video script along with the options. So I will create a component under the video ID. Okay, and inside the underscore component folder. Now I'm giving the name start with the underscore because we are just telling Next.js that this is not a route, don't create the route with this name. Okay, and inside this one we'll create a script.jsx file. Let's add a default template, save this one, and simply I'm going to add this script like this. Okay, make sure to import this script component and then save it. Now to this script component we are going to pass a video data as a video data. So whatever data we have, we just pass to the script component, and I will make sure to accept inside the script as well. Next, once we have this, here we'll add h2 tag, and inside this we'll say video add script. Then we'll add a div. Inside this div I will add a label, and we'll say project name, or we'll say video project name. I don't know what we call project topic, we can say. Then I want to add an input field, and in this input field we are going to provide a default value, that default value from the video data. Okay, and inside that we have the topic field that we are going to show. If I save this one, you will see that topic and the label as well. Obviously we need to style this one. So first thing, for this div we'll add a class name, we'll add a padding to 5. Then we're gonna add a shadow, we'll add a border, let's make it rounded first. So we'll make rounded to, let's say, XL. I think something like this. That's beautiful. And for this h2 tag we'll add a font bold, text is of 2xl. 2xl is too much, let's make it large only. And for this div we'll add margin top to 3. Perfect. I'm gonna add a horizontal line as well. Let's see how it looks. And we can add a class name margin y to 3. So you don't need to add margin top. Perfect. Okay. Also for this label we'll make a text gray, let's say 500, little lighter. Perfect. Then we want to add a text area. So I will copy this div as it is, and we'll give margin top to 3. Here for the label we'll say video script, And instead of input, I want to give a text area. So from the shared CN, you can add the text area component. So this is how it will look like. First, you need to import this component, copy this npm command so that you can install it. And once it is ready, you can just change this input to the text area. And here inside this text area, by default, we are going to show the first script. Okay, so which is this content. So what I'm gonna do, um, first we'll check if the video data.script has any value or not. So we'll say if script, so video data.script, if it's not there, then we'll say video data.script variant, script variant of 0 dot content, and then save it. See, okay, so that's how you can do it. You can change the font little bit. So maybe you can give a class name, and then we'll say font, not font, but text larger. Let's see how it looks. I think this is okay. And same thing you can apply to the input as well. After this text area, right, at the bottom we are going to show some options to select the script. If user want to select other script, then user can do that as well. So obviously from the video data, so over here we'll say div, then inside the video data we have the script variant dot map, and here we'll say script comma index and the arrow function. Then we're gonna simply add a div, or let's add an h2 tag only, and inside that we'll say script dot content. Then for this h2 tag we'll add key as an index and then save it. See, but obviously we need to structurize this one. So first I will put it in a grid format. So we'll grid column 3, then we'll give gap to let's say 3 and save it. For this h2 tag, I'm gonna add a class name. We'll add a padding to let's say 3, then we'll make a border, and then we want a rounded corner, let's say large only. Perfect. See, okay, but we can even limit the number of lines. Before that, I will give margin top to 3, and here we can limit the lines. So we'll say line clamp to 3 only. Perfect. This line clamp is not look good to me, so make it 4, and let's see how it looks. Or let's do one thing, because right now if you see, this is how it look like, right? Because we directly use the h2 tag. So rather we can use the div tag, and then we can wrap this inside the h2 tag, and simply instead of line clamp adding to this div, we can now add to this h2 tag. Perfect. See, and obviously once user select any of this one, it should update this video script. Okay, so what we can do for this, we can add on click event. So we'll say on click, and we'll say on handle input change method. Now this method has the fill, and we can call it as a script. Okay, because inside a table we want to save it as a script, right? And we'll say script, and then we want to pass the selected value. So in this case, script dot content. Perfect. Now this on handle input change we need to write on the parent component of this script. So I will pass back to this particular method. Then we'll go to the page.jsx under this create video, and over here I will write this method on handle input change. Now obviously this will take a fill and the value. Now obviously from this script we have this on handle input change, and simply I'm gonna call this on handle input change. So it will call this method which has the fill and value, and as we have the video data, so we'll say video set video data, we'll have the previous value. Inside this we'll say dot 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 previous value, comma, okay, so comma, over here we need to write a fill, whatever the field user pass and their respective value. So even though user update the value, it will change automatically. Okay, and if I go back, if I select this one, see, it's changed. If I select this one, it's changed. How beautiful, right? Even if you want to add something else, you can, but we want to use our own script, so we have option to select this. Perfect. Another important thing, once user select any of the script, we have to make sure that it is showing as a selected one. So for this, we need to add a conditional styling. Okay, so over here I will wrap this in a curly braces with this tag, and inside that we're gonna write a condition. So simply we'll add $sign, curly braces, and inside that we'll say script dot content is matches with the video data dot script. Okay, if it matches, then we'll say and the border should be a primary, and save it. Let me show you how it looks. See, now it's showing it as a primary. Beautiful. Then you can add background blue, let's say 100, and then we can also change the text to primary. Perfect. And if I select this one, see, perfect, right? Also, if you want, make sure when you hover the cursor, make cursor pointer. So when you hover on this one, see, it will change the cursor. Perfect. So that's how you can select the script, whichever script you want, and automatically it will get updated. If you want to add more content to this video data, you can also do that. For that one, you need to add on input change along with this method you need to call. Okay. So basically here we'll say on change. In this on change, it will emit the event, right? And then we'll say set, sorry, once we have the image, we'll say on handle input change, the field that is the script, and the value will be the e dot target dot value, and save it. So what we will do, when you type something, subscribe to Tip Guruji, see, it's getting added, right? So that's how. And obviously once we have the save or generate button, it will save all the information to our database as well. But until this point, I hope you understand. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now the next part is to upload the file like images and video for the video content. Now after this script, then only we are going to allow user to upload the image and video for the advertise. Okay, so let's go back to our application, and inside this I'm going to create a new component under this component folder, and we can call it as a upload files.jsx. Add a default template, and then make sure to import that inside our page.jsx of create add after this script. So here we'll say upload files. Now to this upload file, obviously we are going to pass a video data along with the handle input change, but right now let's only pass video data. Go to this upload file, and here I will accept it as a video data. Okay, now first thing, here inside the s2 tag, first I will add a class name, will give padding to 5, and similar like a script, if you see I added this logo over here just to give a better look. So I will just copy this s2 tag and will paste it inside my upload files just to avoid writing duplicate code, and here we'll say image video upload. Then instead of this video, I will just add a image from the image icon from the Lucid React, and here I will change this, let's say blue, and then save it. I will just refresh the screen. I think it's not get updated, and if you see, we have this image video upload. For this div, we'll also add a shadow, small. I just want to see, okay, it just add a shadow, so only I will add it as a shadow, and we'll say rounded to Excel. Perfect. Let's give margin top, so we'll say margin top to 6, or you can give 5. And then over here we want to add an option to upload the image. So inside the div I will say label and we'll say upload image or video for your ads. For this div we'll add a margin top to 3, and for this label I will make text gray 500 and then save it. Inside this, similar like above, I will add HR tag and we'll add a class name margin y23. Here we don't need to give it. Perfect. Now we want to add a custom image upload option. Okay, so for this one I'm going to add a label. Inside this label we'll define a div, and outside our label we'll provide an input of type file. Okay, now if I define like this, just input type file, I will get this button, right? See, choose file, but that's little where I don't like it. So we can customize and we can add our own upload file option. So for this input, first I will add an ID. We'll say file upload, and this ID we will connect to this label using this HTML for, and we'll say file upload. Now inside the div, first I will add a file upload icon. I don't know whether we have that or not, so we'll say plus icon, that is also fine. Here we'll add a height to 10, width to 10. Then we'll make text gray, let's make it 400. For this div I will add a class name, we'll make it padding to 3 and background to gray. I will make, let's try secondary. Then we'll also add a border dash I will say, and then rounded corner, let's say Excel, and then save it. Let's see how it looks until this point. So this is how it look like. We want this content in the center of the screen, so over here we'll say flex item to be in the center, and I will make it flex column as well, and below that we'll say click here to upload files. See, something like this, beautiful, right? If you want you can give more padding, let's say padding to 5, and I think this is much better. Now on the click, see, if I click on this one, right, it will it's opening me the file upload option. How cool, right? Without clicking on this button. But we don't want this button, so simply you can set the class name and we'll say invisible. So we'll just add invisible, and once we add it, if you see, it's gone. But if I click on this one, still our image upload is working. Perfect. Then for this div, maybe we can add margin top to 2, and after this we can also add cursor pointer. Then for this input we want to only accept certain type of input, right? So here we'll say accept, and inside the accept we'll say we want to accept images and video. So we'll say all the image type format or video type format, and make sure you can select multiple images as well. So if I go back now, if you see, those are not image or video are not selecting, and but I am able to select other one, and I can select multiple one as well. Now if I click open, right, obviously we want to show the preview of the selected images. So to this input we're gonna write on change method, and here we'll simply add handle file change method. So this method I'm gonna create over here as a handle file change, and inside this handle file change obviously it has an event, because inside the event we have all the selected files as well. So we'll see, we'll add constant selected files is equal to array from, and then we'll simply add event dot target dot files. Okay, obviously it's a list only, and then we're gonna simply save that. So we'll say set, we don't have state, so we'll save that in a state. So we'll say selected, I will just add a files comma set files is equal to use state, and over here we'll say set files as selected files. Now once you have all the selected files, right, you can just simply display it. So just below to this one, we'll add a div, and inside this div we want to iterate all of this file. So we'll say files dot map. Inside that we'll say file comma index and the arrow function. Now most important thing, we need to convert the file into the URL so that we can display it. So here we'll say preview URL is equal to URL dot create object URL, and then we'll pass each file to it. Okay, so here instead of these braces, obviously we need to wrap it inside the curly braces. Make sure you will not miss this, and then inside this return we can add it, or we can just display it. So over here we'll add a div. Inside the div we'll add an image tag, the source. Make sure the image, oh, so here is thing how we already have the image icon we added. So I will change this to some other, we'll say image up. Okay, instead of this image, because we want to use a next image in order to display it, and then we'll add a source. Now in this case source will be the preview URL, alt will be the, let's say, images, width I will add 150, height to 150, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, select some file, so I will click on this one, I will select some of the files and click open. Oh, nothing is happening. Let me refresh the screen once, and if I select this one, see, it's getting uploaded. Perfect. If I select the multiple ones, see, it's displaying on the screen. Beautiful, right? So that's what we wanted, but we want to show it in the form of grid. So we'll add a class name, we'll make it grid, we'll say grid column 2 on the smaller screen. On medium screen we'll make grid column 3, and on large screen we'll say grid column 4. Also we'll give a gap to 3. So this is how it will look like. And most important, inside the class name we'll give a specific width, let's say 65 pixel, and height to, let's make it 70 pixel, and width little bit larger, let's make it 80 or 90 pixel. Okay, and here I will add object cover. Perfect. I think we can add more, instead of just 4, right, we can make it 5. On Excel we can make grid column 7. Perfect. And we can also add border radius or rounded corner, sorry. So we'll say rounded corner to, let's say, large. This is just a preview that, okay, these are the images that you uploaded. Okay, so it's not big deal. Obviously if you select these 3, it will upload the 3 images, but if you observe, it's replacing our existing element. Okay, so that also we're gonna solve it, but for now I hope you understand how you can iterate it. For this div, let's add a key as an index, and when you update the file, or you want to add within existing one, you have to write previous value, then we'll say dot 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 previous value, and then selected files. Make sure it's a spread operator, so you have to give 3 dots. So what it will do, it will save, or it will also get the previous file, it will not delete, and then it will add or append the new files. Now inside this, if I add this particular file, okay, so we have an error, so it's saying failed to execute create object URL. Let's refresh, try it again. Basically here we added this previous, and we also make sure that we'll destructurize this one because this contain object list. So we'll say selected files, so that will not get any error, and now within the existing file I can able to add other files as well. Perfect, right? Obviously I can add a video as well, so if you want to add video, you can even add the video. Now another important thing, obviously if you want to remove any of this file, you can also add this option. So basically first I will add an X icon, okay, and I will make it absolute position so that it will be on the top of this one. Okay, see this cross, right? You can change this color, so let's say text white, and we'll also make text small. So you will see this cross. Now on the click of this one, we want to call a method called remove image, and we're gonna pass an index of that particular image. Over here we'll create a method, we'll say index and the arrow function. Now after this we'll say constant updated files is equal to files dot filter, and inside this we'll say underscore comma index, because we are just want to deal with the index value. Here we'll say index is not equal to index, here we'll say index to remove, not equal to index to remove, and obviously it will filter that out, and then we're going to simply set the files with uploaded files. Okay, so we just update our state as well. Now over here, if I don't want this file, boom, it's gone. If I don't want, boom, it's gone. And obviously if you want to add more, you can just add it. Now the next thing is to select an author. Now this is very important in order to create the UGC kind of advertisement. If you see in this example, this author are everywhere, right? And you might saw this kind of advertisement on the social media platform, and that's what we are going to implement in this particular video. So we already have the script, right, for the video. Then we also have option for the images and video which user is uploaded, and now it's time to generate the avatar, and then after this we are gonna select the voice for this avatar. Now obviously this avatar need to be realistic so that user cannot guess whether it's a real or fake, right? So that's the reason we are going to use an Akool. Akool is a AI platform where you can generate the live streaming avatar, and there are a lot of different features. You can find it inside this akool.com. Now click the link in the description to get the free credits as well as get the biggest discount on the Akool if you want to plan to purchase more credits on Akool. Also Akool provide the API platform where you can use their API to generate the different kind of AI videos, avatar and streaming. Now simply just create a new account with the Akool, and Akool has their own dedicated dashboard playground where you can test all of these features. Now if I go to this all tools, inside this you can see that they provide the streaming avatar functionality, a talking avatar, that's what we are going to use inside our video ads. Then you can have video translation where you can convert any video to any different language, a face swap to any images and video, that is more interesting, right? And live face swap also there, and there are a lot of other features that you can explore it. Also with this particular feature you can create many kind of different application. Now if you want to try any of the video, just click the tools which you want. Okay, now if I want to go to this talking avatar, here you will find and select any author which you want. Okay, here you have bunch of author, and all these author now we are going to integrate into our application. Then simply add the script, select the voice, and then generate it. How cool, right? Here is a simple example that I created with the help of my own avatar, and let me show you the quick demo of that one.
Want to master tech, coding, and AI? Subscribe to Tube Guruji, your shortcut to smart learning.
How cool, right? And this is generated within a few seconds with the help of this Akool, and that's what we are going to implement. So simply click the link in the description to join it, and then you will jump onto this Akool documentation for the APIs. Now very first thing that we need to do with the Akool is go to the documentation, and over here on the side you have to generate a unique token which is valid more than 1 year. So you don't need to worry about, just you need to create only once. Okay, and here is the step-by-step guide that I'm going to tell you now. Now very first thing, if you see, we need to make a post request to this particular endpoint. So I will copy this endpoint, and you can use any tool like to make a request like Postman or anything. I have this Chrome extension, okay, which called a request bin HTTP API client. Click send request, and here I'm going to use this endpoint. I will make sure it's a post request, and then you need to add a client ID and client secret key. So I will just copy this. I will add this client ID, and then we also want to add a client secret key. Right? Now this key you will get it from the dashboard. So let's go to the dashboard, and maybe I will go to this account, and then maybe over on the left hand side you will see this option like API credential, right? Just click on that one, and then you will find this credential client ID. I will just copy that, and then I will also copy this secret key, or you also have option to create a new one as well. Once you add that one, you just need to make a request. So if you see, just make a post request, and then you will get a long live token. So I will say send, and then after coming to this Akool documentation, the first thing we need to do is to create a token which is valid more than 1 year, which is very important to make an any API call for the Akool endpoint. So simply you have to make this request only once. Okay, so I will copy this get token. You can use any HTTP client like Postman, or in this case I'm going to use this request bin HTTP API client. I will say send request, which is a Chrome extension, or you can simply go to this requestbin.com, and simply I will paste this endpoint, make sure it's a post request, and inside the body I will add the we're going to pass these two parameter. One is the client ID and other is the client secret key. Now obviously we need to get this both the values, so you can get it from the Akool dashboard. Over here just go to the API credential, and then you can jump to this credential. You have option to create a new API credential. Now I already have one, so I'm going to use that, and then paste the secret key. Okay, now when you create the API credential, you might see secret key only once, so make sure to copy that, and then simply click send. Once you click send, it will generate this token. Copy this token. This is a big token, so I will copy all of them as it is, and then go to your .env.local file. Inside here you need to add Akool API token is equal to, and paste this long token. Okay, and then save it. So this is the very first basic step that you need to do, okay, to get or generate the token. And again, everything is free to generate all of this API call and all. Okay, so don't worry. Now once you have this token, now first another thing that we need to do, go to this left side and you will see that we want to use or implement the talking avatar. So I will select this talking avatar. Then we want to get the talking avatar list. See, this is the option, and then obviously you have option to create a talking avatar as well. But first thing first, we get the talking avatar list so that we can display it on our screen. So I will go back to this API endpoint, and if you see, this is the endpoint which you can use it. To this endpoint you need to pass a burial token, and I think that's all you needed, guys. Okay, and then in the response you will find all the talking avatar name, ID, URL, gender, and all of this information. Pretty cool, right? So first let's copy this API endpoint. Now I will create a new API, and here we'll say get avatar. We'll say get author list. Inside this we'll say route.jsx. We'll add export async function which is of type, I think this is a type get, so it's very straightforward, and then request. Inside this we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot get, and then call this endpoint. Okay, so whatever you copy it, make sure to paste it here, and then we're gonna pass a header to this one because we want to pass the token, right, the authorization token, so that we need to do it. So here we'll say header. Inside the header we'll say authorization, and then over here we'll say bearer token, so we'll say bearer, and then we need to pass the token. So the token we already copied and have available inside our .env file. So this is the Akool API token I'm going to copy, and we'll simply paste it. Perfect. Now inside the result, once we have the all the result, we'll just return it. So we'll say next response dot json and then result. Now carefully, if you observe, inside the result we again have the data, right? So make sure to return only this information. So result dot data and then save it. So maybe you will get something like this, result dot data dot data, okay, because we are using Axios. And once you save it, now you can make a call, okay. So obviously for that one, in order to show the outer list, I'm going to create a new component inside this underscore component folder, and we can call it as a outer list.jsx, add a default template, and make sure to import this component inside our page.jsx after this upload files. So here we'll say outer list. To the outer list, you can even pass the video data as it is, and then go to the outer list, similar like a script or upload files, right? I will copy this h2 tag. Also here we'll make padding 5, margin top to 5, and then paste it. Okay, here we'll add a shadow and we'll say rounded corner to Excel. Perfect. Now instead of video, we'll say, I don't know what we can call, let's say user for the outer. Here we'll say red 600, and I think that's all we needed. And here we'll say select outer. Now if I go back to our application, you will see this option called select outer. Similar like any other, I will add a HR tag with the class name margin y to 3. Then inside this div, obviously we want to show all the outer list. So first I will show a label, and we will say select your favorite outer for video ad. Now I'm going to create a method called constant get outer list, and here we're gonna make an API endpoint call. So we're gonna simply say constant result is equal to await axios dot get slash API slash get outer list, and that's all. And here we make this async. Obviously inside the result we'll say result dot data, and we'll see what we are getting. Okay, now make sure to call this method inside the use effect. Now whenever this component get load, this get outer list will get execute, and then we'll get the data. Now if I go back, we'll see the console whether we're getting the result or not. And if you see in outer list we got the object. Wow, there are hundreds of outer, see, okay. And obviously you can limit that one how many you need, or you can fetch all of them and display it. It's up to you. Now simply save this outer list in one state. So here we'll say constant outer list comma set outer list is equal to use state, and over here we'll say set outer list with the result dot data and save it. Now another important thing, if I go to this documentation, here you can find other parameter how many you want, and you can select the one which you want. For example, in this case, if you say I want a type 1 which present a talking outer, and that's what we needed. So I will just say that type is equal to 1, and you can simply go to this route. I think we can pass it like this, type is equal to 1, and then you will get only outer which is for the talking, right? So make sure to do that as well. I will go back over here, I will refresh the screen once, and if you see we still have thousands, right? That's completely fine. Now once we have this outer list, we want to just display it on inside our div. So over here I will define a div. Inside the div we have the outer list, just use map. Here we'll say outer comma index and the arrow function. Inside this we'll add a div, we'll provide a key as an index, and then we'll use image tag with a source. Now in each of this object you will see we have this thumbnail URL and then we have the actual URL as well. Now obviously you also have the voice ID for each of them, right? So you even don't need a voice, but you can add your own voice as well. So simply what I'm going to do is to use this URL or thumbnail URL in order to display it. So from the author we'll say thumbnail URL, then on the alt tag you can just add, let's say, author, or you can add author name maybe, or let's say author ID. So here we'll say author comma author ID, and then inside the width let's say 100 and the height 100. Okay, let's save it and let's see how it looks on the screen right now. Okay, so okay, we got an error. Okay, so that's a little bit different, but let's see what the issue. So it's saying author list map is not a function, so might be sometimes it takes some time to load the data. So here we'll add a condition: if author list dot length, if it's greater than 0, then only execute this author list, and also make sure you are setting this author list and save it. And again, most important thing, our data is inside the result. So I think we just use this result dot data, and this is inside the results, or just a result. So make sure to implement in the same way. Okay, I will refresh this once again, and oh, still we have the error. Okay, so now this error is little bit different. Now as we are using the image and displaying the image from the URL, right? So it's saying that you are using some third-party URL. You need to configure inside the next.config.js file with this particular host name. So just copy that and then go to the next.config.mjs file, which is inside the root directory. Here we are just telling, okay, this is the whitelisted domain, and from this domain we want to show the images. So you need to add images. Under this you have to add domains, and then simply add the list of domain which you want to show it from the URL. Okay, that host name you need to add it. Once you add, make sure you to reload your application, and then boom, if you see we have all the list of different author. How cool. Now obviously it's not look good currently, right? So obviously we are going to add some style. For this div we'll add a grid. We'll say grid column, let's make it 5 or 6, or instead of grid right every time, because we have to change, I will just use a flex, and then we'll say flex wrap. Okay, and if I go, oh wow, this is how it will look like. Obviously everything is aligned, but along with this flex wrap we'll give a gap of 5. Okay, so some space, and depends on the screen size. If you see, it automatically change this grid as well. Beautiful, right? Then I'm gonna add a border radius to these images. So we'll say rounded corner, we'll say rounded, maybe let's say large, and inside the h2 tag we'll say author dot, and let's add a name. So maybe, I don't know why. Okay, yeah, here is the object. So we have this name for each of this author, so that also we are going to display, see something like this. Okay, and we'll say class name, text to be in the center. Perfect. See, now we have the author and all. If you want to change the background, let's add a background black. Let's see how it looks, and this is how it looks. So more clearly you can see it. Okay, now obviously we are showing 100 of author, right? And it's not look good because we have to scroll a lot. So rather, either we can limit it, or you can add a specific height. So over here we'll add a height. Let's say add max height to 100 pixel. I don't know whether it's work or not. Okay, so this is not correct way, but let's add height to 100 pixel, and then we'll say overflow auto. So now you have scrolling option. See, Perfect, right? Now you can even scroll it and you can select the one which you want. Now each of these author might see the name is similar, but they act little bit differently. Okay, so that's the reason I'm showing all the author. Here we'll give some margin top to let's say 3 and save it. Perfect. Now once you select the author, we need to show the selected author information and we need to save inside our video data object as well. So for this div, I will add on click event, and to this on click event we'll say on handle input change method. To this one we need to provide the field name which is the author, and then the value which is nothing but the complete author object, because we need author's id which we are getting, right? So over here if you see the response, we are getting the author id that we need it later on. So that's the reason I'm saving the complete information. Then this on handle input change we need to pass back to the parent. It means inside our page.jsx, make sure to get this and just call this on handle input change, in which you will save our video data. Now will save automatically with this value. Also we have the video data, right? So over here I will accept the video data information which we are already passing. See this one, and then we're gonna compare it. So because we want to add some custom styling, so over here we'll say class name, and inside that we'll add a condition. We'll say if video data dot author dot and I think we can get the id. So if I go to the object, maybe this one, oh yeah, this one. Now inside this object we can get this underscore id because this is unique for each of them, and this id I'm gonna use it, okay, to compare. So we'll say is equal to author dot underscore id. If it matches, then we'll add a border. We'll have border primary, okay, and by default for all of them I'm going to add a padding as well, and we'll make a rounded XL or maybe large and save it. And if I select this one, see, okay, so now it's showing the selected one as well. How beautiful. So make sure to add this functionality, that is very important, so that user will get to know which one you selected. Here we'll say cursor pointer as well, so whenever you hover you will see that. I will also add a background blue 100, and let's add a text primary. I don't know whether this will work or not. Yeah, perfect. And if you see whichever you select, it will show that selected one as well. Okay, so after video add script, then image upload, and then we have the now the select author option. Now next thing is an given option to select a voice, and along with the voice we can give the preview option where user can actually play that, so that user can select the appropriate voice for his video ads. Okay, so similar like the author, we are going to use an Akool for it, okay, in order to generate the audio, and Akool is providing that feature as well. They have the bunch of different voice options, okay, and from once we user select the voice option, you can create the TTS file, means create the voice based on the text. So it's called text to speech. So first thing, this is the endpoint which we are going to call. So simply copy this endpoint. I will close this alt tab for now, and then we're gonna create a new API endpoint, and we can call it as a get voice list. Over here we'll say route.jsx, and then similar like the author list, I'm gonna copy everything as it is and simply paste it inside the voice list. Only thing that you need to change is the update the endpoint. So I will copy this endpoint and we'll paste it here. Okay, Now if you want to pass more parameter, you can pass it. Okay, then I think that's all we needed, and we are ready with the endpoint as well. Now next thing, we'll create a new component in order to display all the voice list under this underscore component folder. We'll say voice list dot jsx, add a default template and save it. Now make sure to add this after the author list inside the page.jsx file. We can call it as a author list. To this one, again I'm going to pass both this value and make sure to accept the video data for now. Then we'll write a method, so we'll say constant get voice list and the arrow function. Inside this we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot get, and then we'll call slash api slash get voice list. Okay, then here we'll make this as async, and in the result obviously we'll first check whether we are getting the result or not. So we have the result dot data. Make sure to call this method inside the use effect, so whenever the component get load, this method will get execute and then save it. So first I will just verify that we are getting the voice list. So I will go to the inspect panel. Inside the console, if you see, we got 49 different voice list. So it has a British accent, then there are a lot of accent, American, it also have Indian and many others. Okay, so you can select the one which you like it, but obviously if you see, we have the preview, the name, and you can check the whether it's a female or male. Now once we have all of this information, let's save this in a state. So we'll call constant voice list comma set voice list is equal to use state, and then we'll say set voice list result dot data. I think that's all perfect. Now over here I will copy this heading tag again and we'll paste it over here. Okay, for the div I will just copy this existing class name. For this we'll say audio, or we'll say mic, maybe, yeah, mic icon, and here we'll make it purple, and we option to select voices, we select voice. Okay, then we'll add an HR tag with margin y to 3, and then inside the div tag we'll simply add a label. We'll say select voice for your video ad. Then we want to add a div. Inside the div we're gonna use a voice list to display, so we'll say white list dot map, we'll say voice comma index and the arrow function. Here simply add a div, and on the left hand side we're gonna show a play button icon. So we can say, we can add a div again. Let's just add a play button for now, something like this, play circle icon. Okay, and for this key we'll add a key as an index. Now if I go over here, you will see this icon because it will show 49 because we have the 49 voices. Then we want to add a div, and in this div we're gonna show the name of the user. Okay, so obviously this value we can get it, so I will just copy the voice, not the voice but the name of the user, right? So we'll say name. So inside the h2 tag we'll say voice dot name. Below to that we are going to show a country. Okay, so we'll say language, I'll just add accent, so we'll say voice dot accent, and inside the braces we'll say voice dot uh, description, okay, whether it's a pleasant or what, and then save it. And if I go back, so this is how it will look like. Obviously for this h2 tag we'll make text extra small, so we'll say XS to add extra small. And on the right hand side I want to show a gender, okay, so maybe we can add a div, and inside the div I'm gonna add a condition, okay. So over here we'll say if the voice dot a gender, sorry, so voice dot gender is equal to male, then we can show an icon, okay. So we'll say male. I don't know whether we have the any icon for that one. So we have icon called Mars, I think, something like this. Say otherwise we can show Venus, so they have a different name for that one. Let's save it. And now if you see this icon, perfect. Also make sure to give a specific color, so here we say text blue, and for this one we say class name text pink. Now obviously we have to make sure for this div we'll make it flex, we'll give gap, make it flex first and item to be in the center. Also this to be in one group, so this one and this one, and then we'll say justify between, okay. And this is how it will look like. Obviously we need to provide a width to be full, but before that I will make class name flex gap up to item to be in the center, and then for this div we'll say grid with a grid column 2 and gap to 5. Perfect, something like this. Here I think we need to make justify between. I don't know why the width is not full, so let's make this width to be full. Then we are also going to add some border, so here we'll say a border, and we'll make a rounded corner to MD. Obviously we'll give some padding. I don't know why the padding did not add it, so let's add a padding to 5. Yeah, I think it's get added, it's not reflected immediately. I think now it's look good. See, okay. Also we can change the icon of this play button, so over here we'll add a text primary, and I think this is much better. See, perfect. Now again provide some specific height to this div, so over here we'll add a height of 200 pixel, and don't forget to add overflow auto, so user can scroll it easily, okay. Now any of them which you want to play, right, you can add a button. So over here we'll say cursor pointer first, so that whenever you hover you will see this cursor get changed. And when you want to play, right, you can save that one which is activated, so we can directly set it to video data, so that will be a good option. So whenever you select any of these, so for example let's say on click method we gonna put here, will say on handle input change, it will say voice, and then complete object, okay. Now make sure to return this so that it will save to our video data, because we already implemented this. And also we will make sure we'll add a conditional styling, so I will wrap this in a curly braces with this tag, and then inside that we can write a condition if video data dot voice, and I will just make sure that it has a ID. So you can go to the documentation, and if you see this one has a dedicated ID, and dot ID if matches with the voice dot ID, then we'll say and we want to make a background blue 100, then we can make text primary and border primary and save it. Okay, and let's test this out. So if I select this one, first one, see, it is selected, something like this. Beautiful, right? Obviously you can select any of them so that you can check it out anytime. And once you select, obviously it's getting saved to video data as well. Now if you want to play any specific one, right, you have option to play here. See, so simply whenever you click on it, right, you can, or not only on that one, but we can just add on click method to this button only. So here we'll say play audio. Okay, and to this play audio, we can simply define one state. Okay, so over here we'll say constant play audio comma set play audio is equal to use state, and whenever you click on this play circle icon, we'll set the play audio, and then to this one we're gonna pass a voice dot the preview URL. So if I go to this, you will see this preview. This is in the form of MP3, so we can use that one. Perfect. And now obviously in order to play the audio file, you need to have the audio component. So you can add it anywhere. Let's add after this div. So here we'll say audio, and to this audio I will add, you just do, actually you don't need to add any control, but over here we'll say a source. To this source we'll provide a source again with the play audio as a value, and you can provide the type which is audio slash mp3. And whenever the audio we change the audio, right, we have to make sure it will play it automatically. So right now if I save this one and go back, and I don't know where this, but let me refresh this once. You can see this audio section. Make sure to add the control as well. I just move to the top to just for the testing purpose, and then you can attach the reference to it. So here we'll say audio reference. Obviously we are going to define this audio reference at the top is equal to use reference. Initially it will be the null, and whenever the play audio or play video changes, so inside the use effect we can add the condition. So here we'll say play video, sorry, play audio. Oh, this need to be an audio actually. I will just replace this because otherwise this will be very confusing. So here if the play audio is updated, then at the top we'll simply say if audio reference dot current, okay, and play audio is available, then only we're gonna execute, and simply we wanna say audio reference dot current dot load. First we'll load this, and then we'll say audio reference dot current dot play, then we'll play it, and it's very small, it's just 2-3 seconds video. Over here we have error. Okay, so obviously we don't have the, we rename this name, so I will just update this inside this source, this need to play audio. Okay, and then if I go down to selected voice, and if I play anything,
Ideas are the beginning points of all four.
Cool, right? If I play this one,
regret the things that I've done than the things that I've not done.
say, and you can play any voice.
Mistake motion for action. The greatest way to live with honor in this world is to be what we pretend to.
Pretty cool, right? So that's how you can do it. Now another important thing, obviously we don't want to show this audio controller, right? So what you can do for this audio, you can add a class name and just simply add hidden. Once you add a hidden, so it's gone, but you can still play the audio.
Mistake motion for action.
Cool, right? So that's how you need to do it. Now once you select it, obviously we are saving inside our video data, so that will be good option. And now obviously user have option to select all of this information, upload the image, select the specific script as well, and then in the next part we're going to learn how can we combine all together to create an real life avatar, which we can use it to add it to our video ad. Now it's time to upload our images. In order to create this advertisement, we need to make sure to upload our assets like image or video. Okay, so this is nothing but this background thing that we want to show, and for that one we are going to use a Firebase storage alternative, which is the image kit, which I'm going to show you in a moment. Then we're gonna generate a voice, depends on our voice selection and the script. We're gonna generate the complete audio clip. Then we're gonna generate a talking avatar, which we're gonna save it to our database, all of this information, and then we're gonna display our video advertise, where user have option to render it and download it. So this is the simple way that we are going to implement. So first let's learn it, or let's do the upload image functionality. And for that one I'm going to use an image kit. Image kit is the best alternative for the Firebase storage. Within a few line of code you can store the images and upload the images to this image kit cloud. Also, it's free to use, so you don't need to worry about that, and you don't need to add any credit card details, anything. Also, they have the image optimization functionality, where you just with the URL you can optimize your image, transfer to one form to other without writing any single line of code. Cool, right? So simply go to the dashboard, and once you are on the dashboard, here from the setting you will get the, maybe inside the developer option you will get the public key, private key and everything. Okay, if you don't have, then create a one. Then simply go to your VS Code, and inside the terminal we'll simply add npm I image kit. Okay, so install this SDK from the image kit, and then once it's ready you can use it. So I will go to the our components, where we have the, inside the video ID we have this upload file, right? We want to write a code to upload the image. Okay, so here we'll say constant upload image to cloud, right? And obviously this method we need to call only when user click on submit button. Right now if I go back to our application, we don't have the submit button, right? So we are going to add a one. So after this day, inside this day only, I'm going to say a button. Here we'll say sparkle icon, and we'll simply add generate. Then for this button I will add margin top to 7, save it, and I will just refresh the screen once, and here we have this generate button. Okay, you can even change the width, let's say width to be full. Perfect. Okay, now obviously once user click on this generate button, we need to make sure that the upload file which is inside this component get triggered. So over here we'll say constant is we'll say is generate button click, comma set is generate button click. Okay, so in that one we will hold whether it's a click or not. Initially it will be false, and over here we'll write a method called constant generate. Now once we selected the file, right, we need to make sure we will pass it to our video data. So inside the parent component we'll add this on handled input change to our upload file as well, because initially we did not add it. So make sure to add that, so that whenever we pass a files list of files, it will add it to our video data state. So over here inside this video data, whenever the files changes, so inside the use effect we'll simply add whenever the files are changes, and here we'll add a condition files and then we'll call on handle input change. To this one we need to provide the field. Here we'll say raw files, and then all the files which you want to save. Now simply we'll pass this method back, so that it will call this on handle input change method from here. Okay, now just for your understanding purpose, I'm going to console the video data, so that you will see Obviously it will not update immediately, but you can still see all the selection which we are going to make. So for example, if I make this script selection, you will see now we have the script selection. Now if I select these images, let's select these images, I will select one more, and if you see now inside this we have these raw files as well. Okay, now this raw file we want to use it to upload it to our ImageKit cloud. Okay, so that we can save that URLs to our database as well. So first thing first, I will go back, and inside here, inside here we'll say constant generate avatar, or we'll say generate video, and we'll call this method. Now this generate video method we're gonna call on the click of button. So here I'm gonna add a button. Okay, inside this button we'll add a sparkles icon, and here we'll say generate. For this button we'll add margin top to 5, and we'll also give the width full, and make sure to call this method. So inside the on click we'll call this generate video method and save it. Now if I go back, you will see this button over here, right? Now we're gonna add a validation for this button later on, but for now let's upload the images. Okay, and after that we want to generate voice plus generate avatar. Okay, then first in order to upload the images, let's add we'll say constant raw images is equal to video data dot raw images. Okay, because that's the field raw files we give, I think raw files, make sure it's the raw files only. And then once we get the raw files, we'll say for each, so from the raw files we will get each file from it, and then each file we want to upload it. So we'll say constant image reference is equal to await image kit. So make sure to import this image kit, okay, from the image kit, and then we'll say dot upload. I think we did one mistake, so let me first initialize this image kit. Okay, because at the top we'll initialize this image kit. So over here we'll say constant image kit is equal to new image kit, and inside this we need to provide a public key, then we need a private key, and then we need a URL endpoint. Okay, so these all three you can get it from the image kit developer option. We have the public key, we have the private key, and also we have this URL endpoint. Okay, so copy one by one, and then we'll put inside this .env.local file. I'm going to share this file with you. Okay, so you can add your own keys into that one. First we'll say image kit URL, paste this, make sure you will append this with the next underscore public because we are using on the client side. Then I will just copy this, copy paste it. Here we'll say public key, and then private key, and let's get this key quickly. So I will copy this public key, and then I will copy private key as well. I copied. Okay, and simply here we need to add that, and I just added all this environment key. Okay, and then we can use it to upload. Now inside this we'll say await image kit dot upload. Now if you see we have got this upload suggestion as well, and inside this upload we need to pass the file which you want to upload. So in this case each file we want to pass, then the file name. Now you can give any file name which you want. I will give the current date. So here we'll say date dot now dot toString, and here you say plus dot png. Okay, and then we'll say is published, means it's published and it's available to use. So that's the reason we are giving is published as a true. Here let's make this as async, and here as well we'll make this as async. Perfect. Now once we get this image reference, in order to get the URL, you can just console it. So we'll say image, here we'll say image reference, actually image reference dot URL. Okay, so we'll get the uploaded image URL, and this URL we're gonna save in a one list. So we'll say let uploaded images is equal to empty array, and then we're gonna simply push it to that one. Dot push is URL. Perfect. And then once everything is done, we'll set the video data similar like this one. Okay, or we can just call this on handle input change method, so automatically it will add all of this information. So we'll say assets comma uploaded image, we'll say image.js. Okay, or uploaded files, because we don't know whether it's the images or not. So I will just make sure it will update everywhere, and we'll say uploaded files. Perfect. And then we'll see whether we are getting or not. Let's save everything and let's take this out. So I will go back. Right now I just want to upload the image. Okay, let's upload this single image for now, and we'll see inside the console panel. Obviously you can check this out, and we'll say generate, and boom, if you see, we got the URL from the image kit. If I click on it, you will see this image is uploaded to this image kit, and within a milliseconds it get uploaded. That's how fast it is. Obviously you can change this, you can see these uploaded images inside the image kit and library. If you go over here, you will see this image, right? Obviously you can play around it little more if you want, but for now I hope you understand. Now obviously right now we just uploaded one, but if you want to upload more image in one go, you can also do that. If I click open and click generate, see, it's uploaded 3 images immediately, and that is again available once you refresh it. See, so that's how guys you need to upload these images, and once you upload these images, it is also available inside these assets. So inside the assets you can simply access all of these images as well. Now there is one problem with this particular implementation. As we are uploading, obviously it's uploading to the cloud and it's taking some time, but in meantime our line is executing this particular method, or it's calling this particular method, and that's the reason it only save first 1 or 2 images and not all the images if you are uploading a bunch of image, right? Now the question is, how can we solve this? So it's very easy. You can use a promise. Now promise will help you to execute all the upload functionality, and then only it will return the data. And let me show you how can we do that. So first I will just comment this code, and then we'll say constant upload promises is equal to raw files dot map, and inside this we'll say file, the arrow function, and inside directly you can write, you can just copy this line of code, something like this. Okay, so we'll just use to upload it. Here I think we don't need to use this one, and let's make this as async. Perfect. Okay, now once we have this upload promise, here inside the try catch block we'll write constant uploaded files is equal to await promise dot all, and then whatever the promise we return over here, we'll pass it, and then we'll say constant, here we'll say uploaded files promise, I will again say, and then we'll say uploaded files is equal to uploaded files promise dot map, and then we'll say image reference to image reference dot URL, because from this one we'll get the URL, and then now we have inside this upload files. Now you can even console this, and then we'll simply call this method over here. Okay, if inside the catch we'll just say console.log with an error if you have any. Perfect. Now let's test this out. Let's save it and let's upload a couple of more files. So I have these files. I will say open, then we'll say generate, and boom, if you see, it's get uploaded. And now we have on line 73, this means this one. Now we have all the uploaded files and inside our data as well. I don't know whether it's updated or not, but I think it's not written immediately because until and unless we make some changes. For example, if I make this selection, then I might see the assets. See, okay, perfect. So that's how, guys, you need to upload the image at a one go. Next thing is to create a voice for our avatar so that we can pass the mp3 voice file in order to create avatar with the help of Akool. Okay, so obviously you can go to this talking avatar and here you will find an option called create talking avatar, and some of the basic parameter we want to send the avatar information, the audio file in order to generate the avatar. Okay, but before that let's create an audio. So go to the audio and we have to create this TTS file. It means text to speech. Obviously with the help of Akool is quite easy. First we need to make a post request to this particular API endpoint by passing the script which we already have, the voice ID which we the selected voice ID we need to pass, and the basic information. Now you either pass a webhook, okay, which is quite complicated to set up and everything, or we can use a poll, means until and unless we are getting the status as a 3 which means completed, then we'll make a call. Otherwise obviously if we get the status as a 1, we will make another call to the API and so on. So let's try this out. It's quite easy and let's just follow this particular chapter. So I will close all of these tabs for now, and then we're going to create a new API endpoint. Here we're going to call it as a create voice. Okay, now inside this we'll add a route.jsx and let's add a export async function, as this is a post request, so we'll say post and the request. Now inside this post request, if you go to this create method, right, TTS create, you will see this parameter, the input text means script, voice ID and the rate. So all of this parameter we need it. So in the same way I'm going to define this. So over here constant, we'll say script, then we want to add the voice ID. These two value we need to get because we have this two value, so we'll say request.json. So from the body we're gonna get that. Next thing, once we get it, we need to pass it to Axios. So over here we make constant result is equal to await Axios dot post. Inside this post method I'm gonna simply copy this endpoint which help us to create an audio file, and then make sure you don't use this post text, and then we need to pass a value which is, I will get the exact field name we need to pass, make sure. So inside the create voice I will copy these three fields. Okay, so instead of input text we're gonna pass our script. Then for the voice ID we're gonna pass our own voice ID, and for rate we will say 100%. Okay, and obviously along with that one we need to pass the token inside the header. So over here we'll say header, and inside the header we'll say authorization. Here we'll say just add bearer token, and then we'll attach that token. So we'll say process.env, and I will just copy this token which is this Akool API token. something like this, and then save it. Now over here I will just say console.log and then we'll say result dot data. Okay, now this result dot data will return the response something like this. See, now inside the data we have this id, right, and obviously which also have a lot of other information. Let me, and with this id we need to fetch the audio information. Okay, but first let's learn how to do this. Okay, we'll do the step by step. We will not lose our any credits from the Akool. So I will just return this result, and here we'll say return next response dot json, and then inside that we'll say result dot data only. Okay, and then save it. Now let's go back to our page.jsx file, and after uploading the images, oh, I think we are in the wrong one. Yeah, inside this video id page.js, inside here we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot post. Here we'll say slash api slash create voice, make sure it's a correct endpoint, and then pass this value. Okay, now first thing we need to pass a script which you can get it from the video data dot script. Then we need to pass a, I will just copy this name, which is the voice id. Okay, so selected voice id. Now obviously if you remember we save all the voice object. So if I go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and over here you will see, okay, I think we did not select the voice, but select the voice, and now you will see voice, right? From this voice you need to get this voice id. See this one, just copy this, and in order to access that you can just write dot voice dot id. So video data dot voice and then voice id that we are going to pass inside the result. We'll say result dot data. Okay, and let's test this out. So let's save this one, and if I go back to our application, I will refresh this once. Okay, then select the script. Okay, once you select the script, right now I'm not uploading any images. If you want you can select the author, not mandatory, but most important, select the voice.
I'd rather regret the things that I've done.
Ideas are the beginning points of all fortunes.
Okay, I will select this voice and simply will say generate, and boom, if you see we got the data. Inside the data we have the audio log duration, all of these things. Okay, but this id is very important, guys. Okay, with the help of this id, I think so, yeah, this is the same one, I think, or not same, but I think with this help of id we need to get the information result. So over here, say this id we need to pass, I think that's the correct one. So we have to pass audio model id, okay, which is underscore id only. So perfect. So I will go back, and this id we need to get it. Now instead of making another API call, we will just write a next API call inside the same endpoint. Okay, so over here we'll say constant voice id is equal to result dot data, and then underscore id. So inside that we again have the data and then underscore id. Okay, so this is how we're gonna get the voice id. Here we'll say voice generated voice id, we'll say. Okay, perfect. Now again I don't want to make a call which I told you in the initially, right? So I will just come in this code and I'm gonna pass this id. So for now we'll pass this one here. I will comment this code. So obviously we already have generated and we have this id. Now simple thing you need to do is to call this method, which is to get the audio information. Once you call this method you will get the url of the audio. Let me show you how. So this is just a get API call, okay, and in that you need to pass audio model ID. So I will just copy that. It is very straightforward. Inside this we'll say constant audio file is equal to, we'll say await axios dot get, and simply call this. Now instead of this audio model ID, we'll pass our generated voice ID, okay, and then inside the console we'll say audio file dot data, and obviously it will also return some other value, but let's return only this information first and then save it. Now let's make the call again, okay. So if I click generate, so okay, so our API get failed somehow, okay, so we'll see why. Okay, so if you see this get text we added, so maybe that's the reason it did not work properly. And also we forgot to add the header, so make sure to pass the header, that is very important guys. So this authorization header we need to pass each time when we make an API call to this Akool. And now we got the data. See, now we have the data with the ID which we pass, and in that one we have the URL. Here if you see, if I play this URL will play, depends on our script. And obviously I cannot play, but I have downloaded this one. Let's play it.
The iPhone 17, my top wish, a serious battery boost. Give us true 2-day battery life, Apple.
How cool, right? So it generated very quickly as well. Beautiful. But obviously if the duration is longer, it might take some time, right? And you have to wait for it to finish it, because over here you will see the status. Only when the status number is 3, then only it means the audio is generated successfully, otherwise not. So we need to implement the polling functionality. It means it will generate or it will call this axios get call until and unless we are getting the status as or is equal to 3. Let me show you how to do it. So over here right now let's just type it here. We'll say constant poll is equal to async, and we'll retry every time, okay, whenever the status is not failed. So we will retry 10 times, and we'll keep the interval. So we'll say interval of, let's say, 2 seconds, and the arrow function inside that we'll say for let I is equal to 0, I is less than retries, then I plus plus, and inside that we'll say constant poll result is equal to await axios dot get, and obviously we're gonna call this as it is with this authorization as well. So I will just paste it here, and once we have this poll result, so after this we'll say constant status is equal to poll result dot data dot data dot status, okay. So over here we'll check the status, and inside that we'll say if status is equal to 3, then we'll simply return the poll result dot data dot data dot URL. It means the generated mp3 URL, which is, we'll say audio is ready over here. Otherwise, so let me put it inside the braces. We'll say else if status is equal to 4, it means it might fail it, right? So I will just verify the status one more time. So over here we have, okay, failed status, otherwise it will be in the queue or processing. Perfect. So here we'll say if status is failed, then simply we're gonna throw the error audio. Here we'll say audio processing fail. Perfect. And the last we'll say await new promise, because we will use the promise to make an continuous API call, and it will execute until and unless it did not finish. So here we'll say resolve set timeout, and we have the resolve comma interval. Perfect. And I think that's all we needed. And outside of this one, we'll just call this. So we'll say constant audio URL is equal to await poll. Okay, because that's what we define at the top, as this is a promise. So make sure, oh sorry, so this is how you need to add it. And once we have the result, obviously we don't need this now, but we'll just return the audio URL. Okay, so obviously I will return in this way, audio URL as a audio URL. Perfect. Let's save this one, or this need to be inside actually. Oh, make sure this is outside, okay, not the inside, because we want to call the poll, otherwise it will go in an infinite loop. Okay, and let's save this one. Obviously we'll test with this existing ID only, just to verify that we are getting and it's working fine. So I will call this generate, and I think it's working. See, we got the audio URL. Beautiful, right? Obviously now we're gonna try from the start. So I will uncomment this, then I will also remove this one. Now we have the ID, this generated voice ID. We're gonna pass, which we are already passing, and then it will try it, and then it will return the result. Okay, obviously let's save this one and let's test this out. So in this case I'm gonna choose a different voice, and obviously I will choose this different one. Let's select the different voice, something like,
But these are not normal times in our politics.
Our distrust is very.
Dreams come true. Without that possibility, Nate.
In my younger and more vulnerable years, my father gave me some advice that I've been.
let's select this one. Okay, this look good to me, and we'll say generate. Now we'll wait to finish all of this background work, and boom, if you see, we got the URL. Obviously it just take, I think, not more than 2 seconds, trust me. And if I open this URL, obviously it will download the file for me, and then we'll play it.
Okay, iPhone 17
See
rumors are heating up. People are buzzing about.
how cool it is, right? So that's how, guys, you need to generate the audio URL. So guys, if you have any question, any doubt until this point, let me know in the comment section. Now before moving forward or next to the next chapter, make sure once you get this audio URL, okay, obviously inside the result data we have this audio URL. In order to get an exact URL, so I will say dot audio URL, something like this. Okay, then we'll make sure to save that inside your form data. So on handle input change, we're gonna call it, and then we'll say, I will just make sure the field name, so which is the voice URL. Okay, so here we'll say voice URL, and then we're gonna save this in our video data. Okay, because that one we need it later on, because at this everything is generated, then we want to save everything to our database. Now it's time to generate the avatar. As we already have voice, we have the avatar selected, so we can easily generate the avatar. So from the Akool, we are going to use an Akool API to create an talking avatar, and it's quite easy. And here you can find all the step-by-step guide, or you can just follow this tutorial. So first thing, we need to select the avatar which we already implemented, right? And obviously from our application you have all the bunch of different avatar which you can easily select. Next thing, if you see on the right hand side, we have the option called create talking avatar. So this is the post API endpoint which we want to call, and to this endpoint we need to pass some parameter like width, height, the avatar from, and element, whichever element you want to pass, and that's all we need it. Okay, another important information, you can even pass your own avatar ID, because whatever the avatar we selected, this is the parameter. You can, with this help of parameter, you can just use it and add it. Okay, So let's do one by one. First I will copy this API call, and then we'll go back to the API folder, and inside this we'll create a new folder. We'll say create avatar. Then inside that we'll create a new file called route.jsx, and similar like a create voice, right? Everything is similar, guys, because after creating avatar we need to get the avatar information. From that one we'll get the URL, similar like the voice only. So let's go to our create avatar. Over here we say export async function post, and inside this we'll say request. Then we need to get some parameter, which is the avatar ID, then voice URL. I think that's all we needed for now. We'll say await await request dot json. Perfect. Now first we'll get the avatar generated ID, and then we'll get the avatar URL. Okay, so similar like the voice, we need to create a polling, and accordingly we need to I think that is inside this voice, right? Accordingly we need to get the result, but first let's create the generate the avatar ID. So here we say constant result is equal to await axios dot post, and this is the endpoint that we need to call. Then inside the post request we need to pass few parameters, that is very important. So let's copy all of this as it is. So I will copy this example, and then inside our post we'll paste it. Obviously those which we don't know, which we don't need, just delete it. Now width height, this is mandatory, and that we need to keep it. Okay, I think I added the extra curly braces. Then if you want to get more information about each of the field, you can find it here. Okay, so if you see, they mention that output width must be there and it must be this size. Then if you are using the avatar from our avatar list, then we have to provide avatar from with the number 2. Then we don't have the background image, so I will remove it like this. Then we have the audio, right, and we need to pass a URL. That URL we already have, so we call it as a voice URL. Then for the avatar, then inside this element URL, it means this URL for the avatar we don't need to pass it, because we are using the system avatar, means the avatar from the Akool. So we just need to pass the avatar ID. Okay, so that I'm going to add it here, and avatar ID we already have, that avatar ID we can pass. This is the offset X and Y, means the position, the height, the width and height of the avatar, and the scale as well. Okay, and then we mention the type, and also we have the audio URL. We don't need this web URL because we are using the polling in order to get the URL of the generated avatar video. Now after this, last important thing that we need to do is to add a header. So I will just copy this header from here, and then we'll simply paste it. Perfect, and then save it. Now that's all we needed, and simply inside the console we'll say console.log result.data. Now you have to return the response as well. So here we'll say next response.json, and inside that we'll say result.data. Okay, let's save this one. Now let's go to your video id page.jsx, and for the testing purpose I am going to comment this code. Okay, so we'll comment this because we don't want to generate the voice again. And here we'll say constant generated avatar result, just we'll say avatar result is equal to await axios dot post. Here we'll say slash API slash create avatar, and then we need to pass the voice URL. Now in this case the voice URL we already have, so let me get it, so which we generated previously, right? So I will use that one instead of creating a new and then we need to pass the author id, which we can get it from the video data dot, and you can see the author information. So once you select the any author, okay, then we'll get the author information, and inside this author information we have this author id, something like this, and that only we need to pass it. And then at the end we'll say console.log author result dot data. Now guys, this is the best way to test your code, avoid the extra spending of the credits, right? No one gonna tell you this particular way of implementing and writing a code. Now once we have the author result dot data, we'll get the information. Now let's test this out because we have all the information which we needed. Now obviously I will select this author, depends on my requirements, and then make sure to refresh this once, and then select the appropriate author. We already hard coded the audio URL and simply say generate. So right now it's saying not found image. Okay, so it means they need the image. Okay, image is mandatory to provide it. So inside the create author, here we need to provide the image. Now right now we need a image which is completely transparent. Okay, so we need to download the transparent image. I will add it inside our public folder. So I have the image I uploaded to our image kit, and that image I'm gonna paste it here. But before that, let me copy this image section, and then we're gonna paste it here. Okay, and instead of this URL, now we're gonna use our transparent image URL, and then simply save it. Now I think that all other things are fine. Let's save it and let's test this out. So I will refresh this again. We'll select the author and then simply click generate. Now here if you see, we got the data. Inside the data we have the creation time, task ID, and all the information, and most important thing we need it, which is this ID. Perfect. Now with the help of this ID, the next part is to get the video information. Okay, so here we have this get video information, and from that one we'll get the URL. Obviously we need to check a video status whether is we get the image or not. So simply now, instead of writing all the code again and again, I will just copy paste the previous code and we'll use it. But don't forget to copy this ID. So I will just copy this ID somewhere so that we can use it. Let me copy all of this information, and for testing purpose we're gonna keep it here. Oh, that's weird. I don't know why it's look like this, but that's fine. Let's keep it here for now. We don't need all of this, so just we'll delete this one. Perfect. And now next thing, if I go to our voice API, here we use the poll, right? So same thing we're gonna do. So we'll copy everything as it is, and then we're gonna paste it here. Now just make sure everything is correct. In order to get this ID, your ID will be inside this data dot underscore ID, right? So here we'll say author ID is equal to, and paste this ID. So here we'll say generated author ID. Then this generated author ID, we need to pass it to the endpoint in order to get the video information. So this is the endpoint. I will gonna copy that. We'll paste it here. Obviously we'll pass our own ID. So here we'll say generated author ID. Make sure to remove this get. Then we need to pass this token, that is good. Then once we have the result, let's make sure the response. So inside the response we have the data. First we need to check the status. So here this is inside the poll result dot data dot data dot video status. Okay, now 2 means it's processing and 3 means it's completed. Okay, so that is very important. Now once we have status, we'll check everything, and once the poll the status is correct, then we'll get the URL inside this video field. So I will call it using this video, and at the last I think that's all we needed, and here we'll say author URL, and this author URL we're gonna write it or return back. So over here we'll say author URL as author URL. I think that's all we needed. So quick, right? Perfect. Now once we save everything, make sure everything is correct, you are not missing anything. You already have imported Axios. Let's test this out. Okay, so I will save this, and inside the our page.jsx, make sure you are returning this one. Perfect. Now I will just make the call. So we'll say generate. Before that, also don't forget to use the ID. Okay, so over here I will copy this hard coded ID because we just want to test this out. Okay, after generating this author. Now if I call this generate, and boom, if you see, we got the author video URL which is of MP4, and then now we're gonna play this video. So I will open in a new tab. So it's downloaded the video, and here we go.
Okay, iPhone 17 rumors are heating up. People are buzzing about
Oh, that's interesting, but obviously we choose the men's voice and the character is totally a female one. But if you see this syncing is quite good.
screen look. Plus, whispers of huge camera upgrades. Maybe a 4080 MP ultra wide.
And now you can use this video to make your final video ad because you already have the content. That's how easily you can create with the help of Akool API. I hope you understand this, guys, because this is very important step, right? Now what we can do, once we generated this, now I will just uncomment this one. Okay, and then let's keep it for now, because once at the final step we're gonna uncomment everything so that you can use the actual credit. And at the last, once we get this result, then we're gonna save it. So over here we'll say on handle input change. Inside that we're gonna say author URL, and then we're gonna pass this author result dot data dot author URL. Okay, so make sure that is a correct one. See, author video URL, and then save it. And at the end here we're gonna save to database. Okay, now again before that let's define a loading state. So here we say loading comma set loading is equal to use state. Initially it will be false, and whenever you start generating video, we'll set the loading as a true, and once it is finished, we'll set the loading as a false. Make sure to add a try catch block as well. And now to this generate button, I'm gonna show the loading indicator. So here we'll say when loading is true, show the loader icon, otherwise show the sparks icon. Here we'll add a class name with animate spin, and we'll also disable when the loading is true. Perfect. And right now I'm just making the simple call. Okay, I'm not making any other call, but if you see, we got the generate button, and as soon as we get the result, it gone. And here we're gonna saving all the information. See, now in this case it also save the author URL. Now when you create author from the Akool, it might take some time, and we don't know how much time it will take because it depends on the script and the quality. Everything depends on that factors. It might take time, and even inside this create author, we have the uh, poll which we created, right, and which will check every time when it's ready or not. But when you deploy this API on the production, that time you cannot run API more than 15 seconds or more than 5 minutes, okay, and that's very problematic, and then your API will get failed without writing anything. So to avoid this issue, we need to run our API in the background, and for that one we are going to use an ingest. Now if you go and check my AI short video generator or short video generator application, then you will find that we use the ingest in that particular video in order to run the API in the background, which is a long running APIs, and that's why we are going to use ingest, and it's very easy to set up as well, okay, because once we implemented the ingest to generate the author, we also want to write a ingest function to render our video so that user can download it, okay. So first thing first, uh, obviously once user generate the voice, we're gonna save information to a database, and then inside our database we'll just update these fields whatever the information we have, and I'm going to add a new column called status, and that status will say okay, it is a pending status, okay. So what we can do, we can just go to the Convex. Inside the Convex, under the schema, we're gonna add a new, we'll say status, we'll say v dot optional, and then we'll say v dot we can just add a number as well, depends on 1 2 3, so we'll say number, okay, and 1 means null, okay. So by default we can put, okay, why, because we can put a null. 1 mean pending, 2 means completed, and 3 means ready or rendering, and 4 means ready to download, okay. So this 4 value we are going to save just to check the status. Let's save this one and then go back to your page.jsx. Under the workspace video ID and inside page.jsx, here we need to save the information as soon as we created the voice. So over here I am going to obviously let's uncomment this voice URL, okay. Here as well I'm going to uncomment this line of code, and once we have this on handle voice, over here I'm going to pass one more field. Here we'll say update to db, okay. So this method, what it will do, here I will pass it as a true for now. So on this method we'll check if update to true is true or not. So here we'll say update to database, and if it's true, then only we're gonna say save it to database or update db, okay. By default we can mark this as a false, so whenever it's a true, then only we want to save it. Now over here we're gonna, in order to update it, let's go to the Convex and write a update method. So inside the Convex we have this video data, and obviously we need to write a mutation to update. So here we'll say export constant update initial video data is equal to mutation, and inside the mutation we'll take an arguments. Now inside the arguments, let's go to the schema and get the arguments which we needed. Now except the script variant topic, we need all the arguments, okay. So obviously you can get the script and topic as well because user might change the topic, so I will get that one as well. So let me copy everything as it is, and I will paste it here because we want everything similar to this one. Just we don't need a script variant, so I will remove it from the script variant section. If you want, you can keep that, okay, let's keep it. And obviously we don't have the author URL, so I will remove that. Then we don't have the video URL, that also we can remove. We have the user ID, we have voice, author, assets, script and script variant as well. Perfect. Next, we'll add a handler with a async. Here we'll say ctx comma arguments and the arrow function. Inside this we'll say constant result is equal to await ctx dot db dot patch, and here you need to provide the id which or record which you want to update. So here we need to get the video data record id of type v dot id, and here we'll say a table name which is the video data. And this id we already have, okay, so don't worry about that. Then we'll say arguments dot video data, and then this record we want to update, and then you can provide all the fields which you want to save it. So even though if you did not provide the user id, that's fine, because I believe we already saved the user information, right? Just we need now couple of things, assets author. So over here we'll say assets which is equal to arguments dot assets. Then we want to add author. Okay, so author information we already have, so we'll say arguments dot author, and I will pause the video and I will add a remaining one. And here I added all of this information. In the return we'll just return the result, which will return the updated record id, and that's all we needed. Now we go to the page.js. Here first define this mutation, so we'll say constant create video data entry is equal to use mutation, give the API path, so API dot video data dot update initial video data. Then here we'll say create video entry. So basically we need to call it only when we call update to database. Okay, here we'll say constant result is equal to await, and inside this the arrow function, obviously make sure this is async, and inside this create video entry now you have to provide all of these topics, okay, all of this information. Now from the video data we can get it, but still I'm gonna provide one by one. So in the topic we have inside the video data dot topic and so on. So I added all of this information, and inside the console dot log we'll say result. Perfect. Now that's all we needed, okay, and once we save, obviously we'll redirect user to the home screen. So over here I'm gonna add a router. So over here we'll say constant router is equal to use router, so that we can programmatically navigate. So we'll say router dot replace, and then we'll say slash workspace page. Perfect. I think that's all we needed, but make sure now once you upload the file you have the raw files. That raw files you are saving it, okay, and then you are adding it to our upload files inside this on handle input change, okay. So that is available inside the video data, and then we are generating the voice. This voice obviously we are passing it. Now here is the problem, because when we update any state, right, so in this case we are updating video data and trying to save it, the last value which is the voice URL might not get save it, and inside video data we might not have the voice URL. So basically in order to avoid this, let's do one more thing. So here I'm gonna use the use effect, okay. Now this use effect we're gonna execute only when video data dot voice URL is available, or not even the voice URL, because if I go our mockup, we also need to generate the basic author information. So over here actually we need to get it the author information, okay. So we'll generate talking author ID, we can say that ID we also need to save it, but it is not mandatory to save that ID. So we can also save it directly to this voice depends on the voice URL we can save into the database. So over here I will just cut it from this and we'll paste it inside this use effect. So here I'm going to write a condition, if video data dot voice URL, if it's present then only update it, okay. and I will make this async as well. Perfect. Now we can remove this update to DB, and we even don't need this update to DB field now. So I will also remove it from our call. So inside this generate video, we call this, right? So we can also remove from here, and that's all we needed. Perfect. Now this function we're gonna move it. Okay, so over here I will just comment this code for now. Okay, so you can even refer this one, but here we are going to use ingest function to call this API. Okay, I'm going to keep this code so that you can refer it. Okay, and then you can update it inside your project as well. And here I just tested this complete flow until the voice URL generated, and if you see, we got the response in the uh, database as well. And if you see, I created completely new avatar. So this is the avatar information, we get it. Then we got have the avatar URL, we have the script, then we have the script variant, topic, the voice URL, that is very important, right? Because we need this one, and all of this basic information we have. Here you will see this avatar info as well. Obviously now with this avatar ID, we can check whether our avatar is generated or not by calling this avatar information. For a long running API, we are going to ingest. So as we already discussed that in order to create an avatar, we need a platform where the API endpoint will run for a longer time, and ingest is the best way to implement it. So it's very easy to integrate. First, if you want to put this application to production, then you need to create an account, and then you need to connect it. That we'll see at the end of this particular course when we are deploying our application. But right now, simply go to the inngest.com or click the link in the description so that you will go to this perfect documentation. Inside the documentation, click on the Next.js, and first thing, obviously you need to install the ingest. So copy this command, then we'll go back to our application. Let me close all of this tab for now, and inside the terminal we'll paste this. So it will install the ingest inside your application so that you can even run this locally. Okay, and you don't need to use the cloud for now. Once it is installed, then you can start the ingest dev server using this command. So copy this command, simply run it here, and then it will start the ingest locally. Say yes to proceed, and then you will see on this particular port it started. So I open this port, and boom, you will see this ingest dev server running currently on a localhost. Over here you will see some of the option like run. So whenever you run any function, you will see that API endpoint is running or not. Same is a kind of stream, whether how many API is in the line. Then inside the application you will see the which app is synced to this ingest, and function contain whatever the function you are going to add inside your application. That function we are going to see over here. Now function contains the actual logic, it means actual API call, whatever we have inside the endpoint, right? That API call we are going to add it to a function. So once you are done with this one, let's um, add this some of the client file we need to add. So we need to create a ingest client. So we'll create a source directory inside the root directory only. So we'll create a ingest folder, and inside that we'll create a client.js file. So simply go to the root directory. Here we'll click plus sign and make sure you will add ingest/client.ingest. So it will create a new folder as well as the file, and simply in that one you need to copy all of this code and then paste it. Now inside this you need to give a ID. Okay, so here we'll say AI video ads generator. Okay, so we gave this ID and then save it. Once you save, next thing you need to create an API endpoint. Okay, so inside the app API we need to create an ingest folder, and inside that we'll create the route.ts. obviously ingest will be the endpoint. So let's go to this app API, we'll create an ingest folder. Make sure the folder name will be the ingest only, and inside this we'll create route.jsx file. Simply copy all of this content and paste it here. Now this API endpoint will call a different function. So whatever function you want to add it to the ingest, you can just define that inside this function list. After this, we're going to write a simple ingest function. So we'll create a function.js file. So I will go to the ingest folder again, and inside this ingest folder we'll say function.js. Inside this function, I'm going to simply copy all of this content and we'll paste it here. Make sure it's need to be a functions with a S, and here we have the hello world function. Now what it is doing, it is just sleeping for 1 second and then it will return the data. Okay, whatever event email you are passing, that data information it will return. The most important thing, if you see, each function has the ID and the event. Okay, so make sure that need to be a unique. I will say keep it unique every time. And in order to serve it, okay, in order to make this function workable, you need to add this function name. So in this case is hello world. Okay, so this one that we need to add it inside our functions. So we'll add it here. Make sure to import that and then save it. Obviously here you need to export this function whenever you create a new one. And once you create, now you can go to this ingest. I will refresh this ingest and it look like it's not yet connected. So right now if you see, the app is not synced. Now the reason it's not showing, because if you see, this ingest is importing from the client, it's looking from the client, but we keep this ingest outside of the app folder. So make sure, I will make sure to add this ingest. So it is adding from the client only. So let me, because inside the ingest, if I go to this ingest, we have this client.js, right? And that's where we have the ingest written. So let's do one quickly thing. So here I will give the absolute path for the ingest/client and then save it. Also inside the route.jsx, make sure ingest is importing from the correct place and save it. After this, we need to make sure our API endpoint for the ingest is not authenticate. Okay, so obviously in order to make it available, go to the middleware, and inside this middleware, inside the public route, just mention it. So here we'll say /API/ingest. Okay, so ingest will detect this particular route without any authentication and then save it. Once you save, now if I refresh it, if you see, now our application is synced successfully with this application name, and this is our API endpoint. Now if I go to the function, here you will see your function which we just created. Here you have option to invoke it in order to test it. If I click invoke, and you can add a data, for example inside the data I will add email as tubeguruji@gmail.com and simply say invoke function. And if you see, it's running, and after 1 second it got successfully completed. Now you will see all the details, when it start, when it's in the queue, when it's ended, along with how much time it will take to run it. And on the right hand side you will see the function payload along with the output as well. Okay, so all of this detail you can find it, so that in future as well, whenever any API call is failed, you can easily check it with the help of ingest. Also, not only the manually invocation you can do, but you can also invoke through the code. So if you scroll down at the bottom, you will see how to trigger any function from the code. And just this is a few line of code that you need to do it, and in order to make an ingest call, ingest function call, we can say. So obviously this is how you can do it, but we're gonna call it, but before that we'll create our own function. So if I go to the ingest functions, here we're gonna create our own function which will create an avatar. So simply here we'll say export constant create avatar is equal to ingest.create function. Okay, and this is how you can create the function. Inside that you need to provide a ID. So we'll say create avatar. I will also keep the event ID will be the same. So event will be, I will say create avatar. Okay, then we'll say async, and inside this we want to use event/step. Okay, now The reason that we are using step, because Inngest also provide a step functionality. It helps us to execute the API call one by one. Okay, it will wait until finish first one and then only it will go to the second one, and that is a step functionality we are going to implement, and then arrow function like this. Now inside this, obviously we'll need to get some basic details, right? So if I go to our route inside the create author, we need author ID and voice URL. Okay, so that information we are going to get it inside this, and that we need to get from the event.data. When we call the function, we are going to pass this two fields into this event data, and then we need to write a step function to create author id, will say. Okay, and then here we'll say await step dot run. Okay, inside that you can give the name, whatever the name you want. So here we'll say generate author id, and we'll say async and the arrow function. Okay, now simply I will go to our existing functionality and I'm going to copy this line of code only, something like this. Okay, once you copy, make sure to pass a header. Then we have Axios, make sure to import that Axios as well, and I think all other details are there. Once you get the result, obviously we need to return the generated author id. So similar way we are going to write. So over here, maybe let me collapse it, and I'm gonna return this one. So now once you return this generated author id, it will save it inside this create author id, and which we can use it into the next step. Okay, so next step will be to actually start generating the author, right? So this is the API call for that one. Okay, which we use inside the poll. So that API call we are going to use now. So next step function is constant generate author is equal to await step dot run. Inside that we'll say generate author, and then we'll say async arrow function. Okay, inside that we'll say constant result, and I'm going to copy this all everything as it is, and simply we'll say away is equal to and paste this line of code. Okay, so it also calling this particular functionality, and here obviously we need to pass this create author id. Okay, so this need to be come over here, so that id will be there. And once we have the result, here we say console.log result. You can even test this out at each step, and inside the return we'll say result. Now obviously it's just not result, but we'll get the actual one. Actually we can directly use all of this information together, because we need to use a complete polling. Okay, because it is returning data, but we have to check only when it return the status, okay, which we want. So basically I will paste everything. So I will remove this. Let's remove all of this information and then paste it here. Okay, now it will check the status. If it's correct, then it will return to the poll result, and then I think this is just invoke. From here we're gonna copy this one as well, which will come after the maybe outside of this poll, and then we'll return author video URL. Okay, something like this. Obviously it will save inside the not inside the poll. Again I think this need to be outside of this one, because we need to keep it in outside of the poll. So maybe after this one. Okay, and then once we generate it, it will generate inside the author generate author step function. Okay, and once you generated here, after this we'll save /update to our DB. Okay, so obviously in order to update it, make sure to get the video record ID. Okay, but because this is important in order to save it inside the Convex. Now the interesting part, because we are running this ingest function on the server side, right, we need to use a Convex HTTP client, okay, in order to save it. It's very easy. At the top, maybe over here I will define that. So we'll say constant Convex is equal to new Convex HTTP client, and then we'll say process dot environment dot next. So over here I will just go to this env file, and then we have the Convex public's URL that we need to pass it, something like this. Okay, and once we pass, then you can start using the Convex. So first let's create a step function to save it. So here we'll say update to db is equal to await step dot run. Inside that we need to provide a name, so we'll say update to db only, and inside the async we'll say arrow function. Here we'll say constant result is equal to await convex dot mutation, and inside the mutation you need to define which mutation. Obviously we did not write a mutation, so simply go to the video data inside the Convex, and here we're going to write a new function. We'll say export constant update video URL, or we'll say author URL is equal to mutation. Inside this we'll get the arguments. We'll say video ID, so you can say video vid is equal to v dot id from video id video data table. Then we want to say a video URL or author URL, sorry, is equal to v dot string of type string. And if I go back, I will just make sure the column name, which is the inside, okay, it's refreshing. So inside the video data we have the author URL field, okay, that only field we need to update. So inside the handler we'll say async ctx comma db and the arrow function. Over here we'll simply say constant result is equal to await ctx dot db dot patch. Here we need to pass the id of that record, so this need to be arguments, sorry. Then we'll say arguments dot vid, and then the value which we want to update, so author URL, which we can get from the arguments dot author URL. And then once it is successful, we'll just return the result and then save it. Now once we have this update author URL ready, just use it here. So we'll call it using API dot video data dot update author URL, and then inside here you need to pass vid as a video record ID, and then author URL, which will get it from this generate author. Okay, now interesting thing here, you can update this to let's say 10 second. Okay, so every 10 second it will execute it in order to check whether it's working or not, or you can even check by doing the 5 second, but here you can retry 20 times. That also good option. I think that's all we needed. Let's save this one, okay, and let's try it. Now make sure inside your ingest function, if I go to the function, right now if you see it's not showing. That's because we created this function but we never imported to our route.jsx file. So copy this create author, go to your ingest route, and inside that make sure to import that and then save it. And then inside the ingest under the function you will see this create author. Obviously you have option to invoke from here as well, but now in order to invoke from our code here, whatever the code we have, I'm just going to comment this one, okay, so that you can use it from the source code if you want to check how we implemented, okay. But now once we have the author ID and the voice URL, in order to execute this, you can go to this documentation. Here you will find an example. So you just need to call this method. Obviously in our case is a post method, right? So inside content we need it, and we'll paste it here. Now make sure to import the ingest. Then we need to give the name, okay, whatever the name we gave. So in our case, if I go to our ingest function, here you will see this create avatar. Okay, this event name you need to give something like this. Then inside the data we need to pass these two value, avatar id and invoice url. So here we'll say avatar id, here we'll say voice url, and another important field we need to pass, which is the video record id, that we need to get it. So I will make sure to accept that, and everything will be as it is. Okay, you don't need to do anything. Here we'll say just event send. That's all we need to do. But if I go to the our page.jsx where we are calling this create avatar, that's in that one we need to pass a video record id. So go to the workspace under the create add video id, and inside the page.jsx, here we need to, oh, not in this one, but when we call this avatar result, then we're gonna pass it. So over here we'll say video record id, and then we already have this id from the parameter that we are going to pass. Okay, and then save it, and that's how we are going to run this ingest function. If you want, you can just console this, okay, in order to get result and then save. Right now I executed this function by just clicking generate, and if you see, it's in the running state. And if you see, after some time we generated this video url. Obviously I'm gonna copy this and we'll download it, but make sure inside your database as well the avatar url is ready and is updated. How cool. Obviously if I execute this, you will see it's get downloaded, and now you can even play it. Oh, I think I copied wrong one. Make sure to select generate avatar one, so that you'll get this mp4, and once it download you can see it. And here we have the result. Obviously stretch, but you need to change width and height, and then it will work perfectly fine. Now if I go back, and right now that's all we needed. Okay, obviously if you don't want to lose your credits, okay, in dev environment, make sure to hard code the value so it will be easy for you to test these scenarios. And most interesting thing, once it is updated, right, I think we forgot one more important thing, to update the status. Now obviously status we need to change when it's ready. Okay, so maybe inside this update we'll change this status and we'll say to 3. Okay, then go to the schema, make sure the status 3 means, okay, 2, we need to give 2 actually. So we'll say 2, and inside this update avatar, inside the schema also update this and get this status with of type number, so that you can update. Perfect. Oh, this need to be arguments dot status, and then save it. So that's how guys you need to execute with the help of ingest. Obviously if you don't want to use ingest for this execution, make sure that your API will run a longer time. Okay, also if I go to the route, so inside this create outer route, right, when we do the polling, make sure that it will be a longer, maybe you can retry 20 times as well. But if you are planning to deploy it on Vercel, then Vercel will not provide more than 5 minutes, okay, if you are in paid plan. Otherwise I think it's only allow you to execute 1 or 3 minutes, okay, which is I think quite small. So make sure to update that. Now after generating the avatar, obviously we are redirecting to a home screen. And that's where in the background our ingest function is working on creating the avatar. But in meantime, on the dashboard we are going to show the video which we are generating as in the form of generating status, and obviously we are going to show all other video which is previously generated. So on the dashboard it's a very simple, just we are going to fetch all the video data which is available inside our database and going to display, and those whose status is equal to 1, then for those video record we are going to show is as a status generating. Okay, so let's go back to video data. So inside this convex, first we'll write a function. So just search video data from the convex, and here we need to get the all the video list. Okay, so I will copy this existing one which is saying get video data by id, and in this case we need to get depends on the given user. So obviously here if you see we have the user id, and depends on that one only user id's record we are going to fetch. So here we'll say uid, and the type is v.id users. Then here I will rename this to get users video. Inside this just write ctxdb.get, and obviously not get, but here we can update this condition .db dot query, and we need to give the table name which is video data, and then oops, not like this, but here we need to add a filter. Okay, so we'll say filter q on a query, so we'll say q dot equal to, and inside that we'll say q dot fill is matches with the uid. So uid, and then we'll say arguments dot uid. So this both condition matches, then give me all the result, and then once we get the result we are going to return this result and then save it. And that's how you can fetch the user video information. Now let's go back to our dashboard screen. So under the workspace, obviously we already have the page.jsx which is our default page. So in this one we are going to add a component, and we'll say video list.jsx, add a default template, and this component I'm going to add over here as a video list. Okay, now inside the workspace only I'm going to fetch the list, and then I'm going to pass it to the video list, or maybe you can directly add it to a video list as well. So if I go to the video list, here we'll write method called constant get user video list and the arrow function. Now if I go to the workspace, currently it's completely empty, right? And when user come very first time, we need to show some empty state. So for that one, first let's consider that we have the state called video list comma set video list is equal to use state, and currently it's empty, right? So we'll say empty array over here. Maybe inside the page.jsx, first we'll add a s2 tag. Here we'll say explore and create new video ads. Here we'll add a font bold, text to Excel, and let's refresh the screen once. So right now we use the use state inside the video list component. So I will make this component as a use client. So we'll make this as a client side, and this is how it look like. Perfect. If I go over here, we'll add some margin top to let's say 7, and inside the p tag we'll say start exploring new video ads and create one for you. Perfect. And then for empty state inside the video list only, I'm going to add that. So here I'm going to check the condition. If video list dot length is equal to 0, then we'll add a div. Okay, and we already have the image. So inside the public folder I'm going to get this advertisement.png file. Okay, so inside the image source we'll say advertisement. Let me copy this as it is, and we'll simply paste it here. Then in alt tag we'll say add width, I will give 200, height to 200, and save it for now. And if you see, this is how it look like. For this particular div, maybe, yeah, let's add a class name flex, item to be in the center and justify in the center, and we'll also give margin top to, let's say, 10. Then over here we'll say you don't have any video ads created, create new one. Okay, and then obviously we'll make this flex column, so it will come after 1. We'll change the size as well, so we'll font medium and text is, let's say, Excel. And then below that we'll simply add a button, and it will say create new video ad. For this button we'll give margin top to 6. Oops. Let's say 5 or 6, whatever you like, and this is how it will look like. Okay, so obviously when it is empty state, this is the empty state will look like, and on the click of create new video ad, make sure user will redirect it to create ad screen. Okay, so simply you can wrap this in a link tag. So over here I will say link, make sure it's importing from the next/link. In href simply say workspace/create ad, and then close it and save it. Perfect. And if I refresh the screen, so if you see, if I click on this create new ad, it will jump to this create ad where you can start creating. Perfect. Now next thing, we need to fetch it from our convex. Obviously we already have the function, so here we'll define the query first. So I will just define the convex over here, and we'll say use convex. Then you need to get a user information, so that user information you can get it from the hook, which is user detail. Here we'll say use context, because inside the context we save it, so we'll say user detail context. And then we'll say constant result is equal to await convex dot query, then define the API, so API dot video data dot get users video, and then we need to pass a parameter with a user ID, which we can get it from the user detail underscore and ID, and in that result we'll get the information. As we are using await, let's make this function as a method as async, and then this result we're gonna save inside the video list. Perfect. Now this get user video list we need to call inside the use effect. So whenever the user information or user detail is ready, so we'll call it as a user detail. If it's available, then execute the use effect and make sure it is this method only get called whenever the user detail is available, something like this, and then save it. Now for the testing purpose, make sure to console the result, so you'll get to know whether you are getting the result from database or not. So if I go to the console, and then if you see this object, not this one, I think, let me refresh the screen and we'll find it out again. And if you see, we got the result. Here we have the 4 records, okay, and each record has all the information. Beautiful. Now make sure your result will be in the descending order, okay, so the latest created will become first. So for that one, go to the convex variable data where we wrote the query, and inside here just add after filter dot order, and here you need to write descending, so it automatically get the latest one first. Okay, and now I think we are good to go. Perfect. Now once we save this one inside our video list state, right, we need to just display it. So we'll create a new div. Inside this div, obviously you can add the condition something like this: if video length is equal to 0, then show empty state, otherwise show the video list. So over here I will display it. Now let's add video list dot length. So over here we'll say not length but video list dot map, then we'll say video comma index and the arrow function. Inside that we'll define a div, and in order to display the image, what we are going to do, we are just going to show the first asset. Okay, so user first asset we are going to add it, and on the top of that we are going to show the when it's created. Okay, and the maybe we can show the project name or video name, whatever the name we gave, right? So that basic information we can add it. So simply let's go over here. First we'll add an image, so we'll say image source tag, close this tag, and over here inside that we'll say video dot, and then make sure we are fetching the, and inside here we have the assets. Okay, so we need to fetch assets from that, from each video. So we'll say assets, and from the asset we'll fetch the zeroth element. Okay, as simple as that. So make sure you are getting first image. Okay, and then that image we are going to show inside the alert tag. We can say video dot topic. Okay, and then we can give a width, let's say for now we can give a 300, and we'll give a height to 500. Okay, and then save it. Now on the screen if I go over here, we have the error, so key property we are missing. We'll add that. Okay, so maybe we can wrap inside the div first. I think we added, I'm just updated little bit, and then over here we'll say key as an index. So right now if you see we have an error that this particular host name need to be configured. So I will copy this host name, and inside our next.config.js I will just simply add it here. Okay, so make sure to add that, and I think that's all we needed. So make sure to reload your application manually once you update the next.config.mjs file, and then boom, if you see we got this all the images. Perfect. Now obviously don't worry about this because I added some fake images as well, okay, which is not relevant, but that's completely fine. Now we want this in the form of grid, so maybe you can do class name, make it flex. Okay, and then we can give gap to let's say 7, and make sure you will do a flex wrap. Okay, and this is how it will look like on the big screen. Obviously you can see more, and you can provide more height. So over here we'll add a class name, we'll say width, let's say 300 pixel, and height we can add let's say 550 pixel. Okay, I think 550 is too much, let's make it 500 only, or let's make it 450. Perfect. Okay, and make sure you provide object cover. So this is how it will look like. Also you can add a border radius, a rounded corner. So I will make it large, and then for this div we'll add margin top to 10. Perfect. Next thing, on the top of it we need to add the text. Okay, if you watch my one of my short video generator application, here you will see that we added the topic name and when it's get generated, right? So if you want to refer this application to get started, you can also refer it, which will help you to generate Instagram and YouTube short video. So similarly we are going to implementing this particular project as well. Now for this image we'll simply add a div. Inside this div we'll add an h2 tag, and we want to use a topic name, so which is video.topic. Now if I go back, and here you will see video.topic. Now this one will give the class name, and we'll make this a position absolute. Okay, and for this div we'll make it class name, make it relative, so it is inside this particular text only. See, you can even put this just above the image as well. Let's see how it looks. So right now if you see, it is on the top of the image. Then we want this at the bottom, so just add a bottom, let's say 10, so it will automatically add some margin and also add some margin as well. Perfect. And I'll make the text so of this one as a white. Perfect. Obviously the background is also white, so it's very impossible to see on some of the text, okay, but that's fine for now. And the another important thing, we need to show when it's get created. So inside the h2 tag, we are going to use a library called moment, which will help you to convert any kind of depth in any format. So just type in terminal npm I moment, and once you install this moment library, you just need to show the dates. So over here we'll say moment, and inside that you need to add your date, so video dot and the creation time. So Convex automatically add this particular column called underscore creation time, so we'll add that underscore creation time, and we'll say from now. Okay, so it will automatically show how much time it already took, and if you see it's saying a day ago, 2 day ago, okay, something like that. So that's how it will show an actual uh, uh, time spent from the current time. And then for this one as well, I will make text white and then save it. Now if you want, what we can do, we can just add a light color. So here we'll add a background, let's say black, okay, and instead of giving margin, we can just give a padding 5, okay. See, you can also make a width to be full, okay, and we don't need to give bottom, we'll just give bottom 0. And for this text we'll make text access, and you can even change the opacity, let's say opacity 55. Perfect. Or I will keep it like this, just will change the opacity. Perfect. Okay, so that's how you can able to do it. On the click of it, I will add a hover effect. So here we'll say on hover add a cursor, or just cursor pointer we need it, so we'll say cursor pointer, and if I hover on this one, you will see this cursor pointer. Oh, I don't know why it's not showing. Okay, it's showing on this one only, so make sure you are adding this to a complete div. Perfect. Also the top corner is rounded but not the bottom corner, because we added this div. So for this div as well, we need to add a rounded large, but we just want to add for a bottom one. So you can even add just for a bottom one, something like this. Perfect. Okay, so that's how, this is the basic way that you can show the video ads. Okay, and on the click of it, now obviously we want to jump on to the detail screen where you can actually see the different variant of your ads, and whichever ads you want to download, you can just download it. Now another important thing in this project, that if the status is equal to 1, okay, so in this case, so if you see the status is 1, it means currently in the background is generating, right? Obviously I manually updated this, but obviously once your author is created, it will change the status to 2 from 1. Then we have to show from generating take indicator to actual video, right? So over here we need to add that condition. So very first thing, I'm gonna check the condition over here. So instead of the image, okay, so this is the image, I will add a condition. If the video dot status is equal to 1, okay, so 1, then we'll show another screen, so we'll add a div for that one. Otherwise we'll show the image. Now inside the status is equal to 1, over here we'll add uh, the indicator. So maybe we can just simply add a loader, and then inside the h2 tag we'll add generating avatar, and then we'll make this flex gap to 5 4 and item to be in the center. Over here we'll add a height to similar height, which is 450 pixel. Then we also want to add width to 300 pixel. Background, I'm gonna add a gray background, so we'll make gray, let's say 400, and make rounded large and save it. Okay, right now if you see, it's showing generating avatar. Perfect. Make sure it is in the center of the screen. So we'll say justify, justify center, and for this one we'll say animate spin, so it will spin, give the animation. And for this one we'll say text larger. See, and now it's showing it look like it's a generating in the background, right? Also we have to check every time whenever the status is updated, right? Because we are not getting we are not know whether the video list with this particular video is status change or not, right? So for that one we need to write a condition. So once the video is generated, over here we'll check is any pending video. Okay, so we'll say is equal to result dot find, and inside that we'll say item, and we'll say item dot status is equal to 1. It means the video is in the pending status. Okay, and again we'll add a condition. If is pending video, then we'll create a new method, let's call get pending video status, and inside that we'll pass this pending video. Now we'll write a method, we'll say constant get pending video status, right? So this method we need to call over here, and whatever the pending video is, that pending video I'm going to pass, because we already have this pending video information, right? Make sure it's a arrow function, and then we're going to use an interval to get the pending video. So we'll call constant interval id is equal to set interval, and inside that, so over here we'll call this something like this. Okay, here I'm gonna add 5 seconds of interval. Okay, and until and unless the video status is not 2, it will keep running this particular method. Now obviously we need to get the video information by id. Okay, and inside the video data we already have the method, see, get video data by id. So that particular query we are going to use. So first we already have convex defined, so we just need to call that. So over here we'll say constant result is equal to await convex dot query. Inside this we'll say API dot video data dot get video data by id, and then we need to pass the video id, which we can get it from the pending video underscore id. Okay, make sure it's dot underscore id. That's all. Once we have the result, okay, first we'll make this as async, and then we'll check if result dot status is equal to 2. It means the video avatar is ready. Then we'll clear the interval using this interval id which we define. You can console something like, okay, processing, here we can say completed video generation, and then what the last thing we need to do is to call this method, so it will fetch the latest data. Okay, and then save it. Now right now if I refresh it, you will see it generating, but as soon as I change the status, let's say 2, and now if I go over here, boom, it's updated immediately, right? Let me show you again. So right now, let's say the status is 1. I will refresh the screen. You will see now it's showing generating avatar. But over here, now if I make the status to 2, boom, it's updating our list immediately, right? So that's how you need to implement it. Very easy. If you face any issue, any doubt, just take a screenshot of this particular code, or you can access all my source code and complete project, which is available in the link in the description. So just go ahead, download the source code so that you can access it. Now it's time to generate the different style of the video advertisement, and obviously in order to bring avatar, image, assets, voice together to generate a single video, right? Because we already have all of this information. Now it's time to bring everything together so that we can play our video advertise. And for that one, we are going to use a Remotion. Remotion is a video library which helps us to write or create a video programmatically with the help of React. I already created few videos on the Remotion and how you can generate the video, how to bring all of these different content as a one to play the video as well. It's very easy to integrate. Just follow the step-by-step guide which I'm going to tell you in this particular chapter, and then you are good to integrate the Remotion. Now first thing, simply go to the remotion.dev. Then you can see all the features available over here. You have option to explore more. Now simply thing is that you need to go to the documentation, and then inside the documentation you need to install the Remotion inside the existing project. So make sure to select this option, then copy this command in order to install the Remotion. So I will go back to our application. Let me close all of this tab for now, and we'll paste it here so that it will install the Remotion and the Remotion CLI for us. The next thing, we need to set up a folder structure called Remotion and Composition. Now this particular thing is very helpful when you want to run the Remotion Studio locally and you want to render the Remotion video so that you can download it. So obviously I'm going to set up it for now. So we'll create a Remotion folder inside the root directory, and inside that Remotion I'm going to create a composition file. Now this is the basic setup, okay? So we'll create composition.jsx. Simply copy this content as it is and paste it there. Then we'll create a root file inside the same folder, and then copy this content as well. Now obviously this is TypeScript one, so I will remove this arrow function and just keep something like this and then save it. And the last thing, we need to add this index.js file, which is the main file from which you can run this Remotion. I will simply copy this content as well and we'll paste it here. Okay, and that's how your Remotion is now set up. Now in order to run the studio, okay, simply run this command. So right now it's saying the no Remotion entry point found because this command contain index.tsx and we don't have index.tsx. So make sure you will change this to JSX as extension. And now if you see, it's running on the port localhost 3000 and currently it's showing as empty. That's because we don't have any data inside this composition. Okay, now obviously this terminology, it might be confusing, but don't worry, I will come to the point. Right now you can even render the video through the command line. Just run this command and it will render the video. Obviously this is the ID, okay, of the composition. So if you see this ID, you need to provide and then you can execute and render this. But keep everything aside and we are going to focus to play the video, right? So inside the product you will see this player option. Just click on it and here you will find how it works and everything, right? Very easy. This player will help us to add all whatever the content you want to display inside the video. So simply go to the documentation of this one, and over here you will find how to install everything. Okay, so we'll go to the installation guide. You need to install this player first. So make sure to add that. So even though you stop this one, that's completely fine guys, okay, because we don't want to work on studio part right now. And once your player is installed, let's go back to our application. Let's close all of this tab for now, and then on the click of this one we want to redirect it to the new screen, so we'll create that. So let's go to the workspace. Inside the workspace we have the page.jsx. Inside the workspace again I'm going to create a dynamic route, so here we say view ads, and inside that we'll add a dynamic route which contain a video id, so we'll say video id, and then inside this we'll create a page.jsx file. Let's add a default templates, and I will just rename this to video view ads and then save it. Now inside the view ads, obviously first thing we need to fetch the specific video, okay, by the id. So we'll say constant, we'll get the video id first using this use params, and then we'll define a constant, we'll say get, or you can directly call the query as well, okay, so that will be easy. So we'll say constant video info is equal to, we'll say use query, okay, and inside that we'll provide a pi dot video data dot get video data by id, and inside this we need to provide a video id which will get it from this params, okay. So that's how you will get the video info. If you want, you can console this video info just to make sure that you are getting the result. Now obviously inside the video list, right, on the click we need to navigate it, so we'll add on click event, or maybe you can simply wrap this in a link tag. So over here we'll say link, okay, and then we'll simply go to the workspace slash view ads, and along with that one we need to provide id, so we'll say video dot underscore id and then save it. Now if I go back, if I click on this one, let me refresh the screen once, and then after refresh if I click on this one, if you see it jump onto this video ads, and here we have the view ads along with the id. But make sure inside the inspect panel, inside the console, you are getting the result, and here we have the result of that particular selected video information. Beautiful. Make sure you will mark this view ad with the use client so that you can get the video information. Perfect. Now inside the div we'll add a h2 tag, we'll select we'll say select the best video ad style. Over here I will add a p tag, we'll say explore and select the video style which matches to your product, okay. For this h2 tag we'll add a font bold, text to excel, and then we'll also give a margin top to let's say 10 and save it. Now on this screen we need to show a different video styles, okay. So for that one we'll define a div, and inside this div you need to define a player. Now this player, if you see, this is importing from the remotion player, okay. Make sure to add that. Now each player contain a component, okay. This component contain the actual video elements, okay. So that's we need to create that component. So inside this video view ads I'm going to add underscore component folders, and inside this we'll say preview add one.jsx, okay. So obviously we are going to create few maybe 3 preview ads, okay, of different style. Now this particular component we need to add it, so in this case we'll say preview add 1. Then we need to provide a duration in frame, let's add 480. Now this each frame is contain of 30 frames, okay, and it means is equal to 1 second, you can consider, right. So in this case is 480, it means um, it should be is equal to 12 seconds. Okay, so this will be 480 means 12 seconds. Okay, so it's a 12 seconds video. Obviously we want to render calculate dynamically. Okay, depends on the length of our video, that we will do it in a moment. Then you need to give a composition width. Let's give something like 720, and then the give composition height, which is 1280, because we are currently implementing for the Instagram short video or reels or YouTube shorts video. Then frame per second, so we'll say 30. Then you can enable the control where you can pause the video, you can just move the video faster, something like that. Inside the style, you can define the style as well. So inside the width, here we'll say width of 25 vertical width, and for a height we'll say 70 vertical height. Okay, and I think that's all we needed. Obviously one last important thing, here I think I forgot the colon. We need to pass the video information. So whatever video info data we have, that information we need to pass. Okay, so for the player you can even pass the input props. Okay, so we'll say input props, and inside that we'll say video info as video info. Perfect. Now this prop will go to this particular component, so that this component can access that particular prop. Okay, now inside this preview add one, here we're gonna accept the video info, and I will also make sure it is inside this one. So we'll say video info as video info. Just we'll check whether it's getting or not. Right now I'm getting error that is saying video info is not defined. I think we missed something there. Okay, so this with V capital, I will make this small, and now I think we are good. And right now if you see, the player is showing on the screen, and right now it's showing of 16 seconds. I think that's correct one. And then inside the console we have this video information, which is rendering inside of which the console is inside this preview add one. That's perfect, that's what we wanted. Now very first preview style that we wanted to add is let me show you how we are going to implement. So simply first we're going to show this player. At the top we are going to show all our images assets. Okay, so we want to show this image slides, and at the bottom we're gonna show the avatar. Okay, so obviously avatar will speak, so avatar. Okay, so you saw this kind of video ads at lot, right? And this is how we're gonna show. So obviously both are in the sync, so depends on whatever the avatar speak, automatically images will be displayed accordingly. There are different style that we are going to implement. Okay, so one obviously first we'll display the avatar completely. Okay, and then we're going to show the images afterwards, and then again avatar. So like that we are going to implement different style. Now first thing first, once we have the video information, right, inside this preview add one, we will wrap it inside this absolute field, which is which is from the remotion only. Okay, make sure to import that from the remotion. Now obviously all of this information, how to implement or basic video, how to use it, if you see this example, everything you will find inside this remotion documentation. It's very good documentation, guys. Okay, just go ahead, try each of these things, and if you have any question, let me know in the comment section as well. So same thing we are going to implement, just follow this tutorial as well. Now for the absolute field, for the style, I'm going to add a background color as white. Okay, and then after this one we'll add a div. You can even use all the HTML CSS elements as well. Okay, there is no restriction at all. Now inside the div, first we'll show the images slideshow, we can say. Okay, so for this one we'll say images dot map, we'll say image comma index and the arrow function. Okay, so my bad, over here images list we'll need to get it from the video info dot assets, and then once we get it, we need to show in the form of one after another, right? So we need to add a element called sequence from the remotion. So we'll say sequence, and inside the sequence over here you need to provide a key as an index. And for this each sequence you need to provide where to start and how much time that image you want to show it. Okay, so we'll say from where to start it, right? So we'll say index into, and then we need to calculate each image duration. So each image duration we can calculate at the top. First thing, I will calculate the total duration. So we'll say duration in frames, that we can get it from the use video config. Okay, so this is the hook from the remotion again, and then we'll calculate each image duration. Okay, it automatically calculates, so he will say math dot floor, and then we'll say duration in frame divided by images. So here obviously video data, video info dot assets dot length. Okay, so it will automatically give the equal duration to each of the image. And then once this is done, over here we'll say index into each image duration, and then here we'll say duration in frame is equal to each image duration. Okay, so from, and then how much time we want to keep that on or display it on the screen. Then simply add the image tag with the source. Over here we'll say image, close this tag. Inside the alt you can just provide the index, and then for the style I'm gonna add width, width as 100%. Then height you can provide a 50%, okay, because we want to show only half of the screen. And most important, make sure object is cover. Okay, now for this div as well I'm going to provide the height. So over here we'll add a class name. Oh, just add a style as well, that will be good. And for this one we'll say, the height will be 60%. Okay, and for now let's keep everything as it is and then save it. Now if I go back to our application and refresh the screen, if you see, it's showing. And now once I start playing the video, after a certain second it will change it. See, it changed to some other. How beautiful, right? Obviously this is very basic, but we are going to update this. So once we have defined the height, let's define a 50. Also over here we'll add some styling. So we'll say display as a flex, then align item in the center of the screen, and justify content, we'll say center, and we'll also add overflow as hidden. I think that's all we needed. Now next thing, once you add this sequence at the half part, so at the bottom side we need to add we need to play our avatar video. So for that one, after this one let's add, after this div we'll add another div. Okay, make sure it is inside the absolute fill only, and then inside this div we'll add off thread video. Okay, so this is the component from the remotion. Again, inside that you can even play the video from the URL. So over here we'll say video info dot avatar URL. Perfect. If I save this one, if I go back, you will see this avatar, but that's very small. Obviously let's add a style. So inside the style we'll say width 100%, then we'll give height, which matching means the remaining height, which is 50%. Then we'll say object fit to be cover, and most important, give the transform. Okay, and here we'll give the scale size. So we'll say scale to 3, and then we'll say transform origin, we want to keep this in the center. So we'll say center, and save it, and boom, if you see, it's working perfectly fine.
Protein powder that actually tastes
See,
great? Check out Optimum Nutrition.
that's how cool it is, right? So that's how you need to implement. Obviously for this div I'm going to add some styling. So over here we'll add a height, let's say 50%, and display as a flex. I will make sure it's looking good. I think it's cutting. So right now if you see, somehow there is some issue with the height and all. We'll fix it in a moment. So maybe, and then I think we need to add this one as well, so it will be in the specific position. And now if you see, it's perfectly looking good. See
Gold standard whey and vanilla ice cream. This 2 lb tub is
how cool, right? And it's synced to the particular video lane
my
and
secret weapon for
everything.
muscle recovery and a sweet treat without the guilt. Easy to mix, tastes
Perfect. So that's how guys you need to integrate it. Obviously there for these images we don't have animation right now, but if you see how they are synced together, and this is the one type of our video ads. Obviously there we are going to get a couple of more so that it will be easy for you to render it. At the bottom of this one we're gonna show an video to render it, so that once it rendered started you can able to download each of this video. Now, in order to add animation to our these boring images, simply I already write a code for the animation and I added this eraser documentation. Just go ahead and copy that, then go back to your application and maybe we can simply add at the top, okay? And also I'm going to export this, so we'll say export, so that we can use it in another component as well. Once you add that, simply go over here and we're gonna replace this image. So I will remove that from here and simply we're gonna add animated, animated image. And to this animated image we need to pass each of the image. So we pass it as a image only. And then for the direction, so we'll say direction will be direction of index mod. Obviously we calculate the mod and direction dot length, okay? And obviously we need to define this different direction, but because if you see we have this different left, right, zoom direction, that directions we need to define maybe inside this one we can define it. So let me define at the top, that will be easy for us. So we'll say constant direction, constant direction is equal to, we'll say left, then right, then zoom, and then we'll say left again, okay? So okay, maybe okay, that's fine I think. And then this direction we need, okay, so I think we gave the name directions, and here as well we'll say directions only. Perfect. And then save it. Now if I go back to our application, okay, so we have an error. Let me refresh it. Right now if I go to this one, we have an error. It's saying source is undefined. That's weird. Also make sure to import this use current frame. The spring is an animation which is already defined or explaining how to use it inside the remotion, and this make sure to import this interpolate. I think that's all we need to import and then save it. And then if I go back here, you will see our video is now live. See
for a protein powder that actually
here, if you see the author is talking over here, and the top we have the beautiful animation and it's moving, depends on our animation which we added. Obviously you can update that more according to your requirements, okay? And if you see this beautiful author as well,
powder that actually tastes great.
see it also speaking whatever we have we script we gave to this particular author. Perfect, right? So that's how guys you need to add this animation thing. um, Inside this page I'm going to add a button. So maybe after this player we can say button, and we say render for download. And if I go back, let's see how it looks. I think that's look good. Just we need to add class name, and we say margin top to 5, and I think that's all we needed. But I will wrap this in one more div, and we need this multiple times, this particular player along with the button. So I will copy this div multiple times okay, because we are going to show three different styles. And for this one I will add a class name, we'll make it flex, we'll give gap to 10 and we'll make flex wrap. See, okay, so whichever you want you can just render that. For this button you can even provide a width to be full, okay, so it will show a full width. In order to render it, I will just add it to all these buttons. Perfect. And then here, see, now for those two I'm going to create these styles my own, and you can get it from the source code, okay, so that you will find it how we actually implemented that one. Okay, I'm not going to show you how to do it, but rather I will keep it inside the source code so you can access it, because the video length is getting larger and longer, so that's the reason.
Easy to mix, tasty.
So over here I created three different variant of this style. The one which we already implemented, but the second one, just look at that.
Looking for a protein powder that actually tastes great? Check out Optimum Nutrition. Gold standard whey and vanilla ice cream.
Over here it first show the you avatar video, then images, and then again it will show you the avatar. See how beautiful. Then the next one is where you will show the box at the bottom side, and then you will see all your content on the left hand side, which will give you the more visibility of your content. Okay, that's also you can implement it. So this is how you can add a different variant. Obviously this is just a sample that we created, but you can add more styling. So guys, that's how you can implement it. Obviously inside our source code you will find that we created this preview at 2 and 3, which you can use it from the source code in order to integrate to your project. When user create any video, we have to make sure we are going to update the credits in under the users table. We already added this credit column, and by default we are adding 30 credits, but whenever user create any ad, then we are going to deduct that credit from the users credits section, so that user have option to add a new credit, and that's help us to convert this application into a SaaS. So you can charge depends on the user usage. Okay, so for that one, let's go back to our application. And when under the workspace, if I go to the create ad under the video id page.jsx, we are generating the video over here, right? And then we are calling this create create avatar. After this we are going to update the credits, okay, and then we are going to also make sure to update in our context as well. So over here I will just will say update credits, and inside that first thing we'll say set you let's get the user detail first if you don't have. So right now we don't have user detail, so we'll add user detail comma set user detail is equal to use context, and here we'll need to add user detail context. Then in update credits we want to set the user detail, so we make sure the previous value, all the previous value, and then we'll say make sure to keep the previous value along with we want to update the credits. But in this case, whenever user create the video, we'll need to make sure with the existing credits, so we have user detail dot credits and minus, we can just minus 10. Okay, so each video or ad need 10 credits. Okay, make sure it's a number, and then it will deduct this value and it will update to the context. Right now it's just updating context, but over here we need to update credits to database as well. And for that one, let's go to the users convex function, and inside that we need to write a function to update the credits. So we'll say constant update user credits and the arrow function. Inside that we need to as this is a mutation, so let me add it as a mutation, and inside the mutation we'll take the arguments. Here the first argument is a credit of type number, and then we need to get the user id, so we'll say uid is of type id, and here we'll say v dot the table name which is users. Then add a handler with async ctx comma db and the arrow function. Let's add a constant result is equal to await ctx dot db. Here make sure it's arguments, okay. Then patch, because we want to update, then you need to pass id of record which you want to update. So we'll say arguments dot uid, and then the arrow function. Inside that you need to just update the credits, so that credits information I'm going to pass, and that's all. And then save it. If you want to return the result, you can simply return this result. Make sure you will export this so that it will be available, and then save it. Now go to the page.jsx file, and inside here define this mutation which we just created. So we'll say constant update user credits is equal to use mutation, and define that API. So we'll say API dot users dot update user credits, and simply call this method over here. So we'll say constant result is equal to await update user credits, and inside this you need to pass two value. One is the credits, so which we can get it from the, okay, so in this case the updated credit we need to pass, and then the user id. So we'll say uid, which we can get it from the user detail underscore id. Here we'll say response only, okay, because the result is only used in this particular block. And then if you want, you can console this one as well. Okay, now another important thing, when you create the ad, here we have to make sure the user has the more than 10 credits. Okay, so make sure to add that condition. So simply I'm going to go to the create ad. So I think this is the one, oh sorry, not here, but inside this create ad page.jsx, make sure to get the user detail, and then when user click on generate AI video script, we'll check this first. If user detail dot credits is, so it's just a credits is greater than equal to 10, then only, or we can write reverse of that, if it's less than 10, then we'll return empty, and then we can even show some kind of toast message. Okay, now in order to add a toast message, let's go to the chat.cn. Here just search for the sonar component which act like a toast message, and we'll install this first. After installing, you need to add this toaster component inside your root layout. So we'll simply go to the layout.js file, which is a root layout of our application, add this toaster component from your component, and once you add, you can use this toast. And here I will say please add more credits, and then save it. So that's how you need to add it. Okay, perfect. And now whenever you create a video, okay, not on this screen but on the next screen, it will deduct the credits, actual credits. So that is very important. Now here I added the billing page. Okay, so if I go to the billing, we created a new route called billing, and inside that I'm just simply showing the credit information along with the how many credit user left. That information we are getting from the context, and then I added some plan. So for $5 you can add 18 credits, 200 credits, and like that. Obviously the code is available in the source code, so you can access it. Here I created the credits plan, and under the credit plan we added the credits, how many credits we'll get for the how much cost. After this, simply with the help of user detail, we added the user detail context to get the user credit information, and then we have this simple UI. Now, in order to add a payment gateway, which is a very crucial part of any SaaS application, we are going to use a PayPal payment gateway because it's widely available worldwide and is very easy to integrate. Now, if you don't have an account, create a new account with the developer.paypal.com. Here you have option to work with a sandbox, or you have option to work with a live production mode as well. Then Just type on Google PayPal JavaScript SDK, then just type npm as well, so it will give you the npm React PayPal JS npm library. I will keep the link in the description. Make sure to copy this npm command, go back to your project and simply install this. After this, you need to wrap your application inside this PayPal script provider, and then inside that we need to provide a client ID. So let's go back. I will close this all of this tab and simply go to the provider, which is the root provider. Okay, and inside that I'm going to wrap our application inside this PayPal script provider. Now make sure to import this PayPal script provider. Okay, and then inside this client ID we need to provide our own client ID. So head back to the PayPal dashboard. Here you will find an option called API credential. Just click on it, and if you don't have any app created, simply create a new app. Now I already have this app, so I will copy this client ID and then inside this .env.local file, so go to this, and then over here we'll create next_public PayPal client ID and simply paste this client ID. Now I will add that client ID over here and then save it. After this, you can simply use this PayPal button, okay, to make a payment. So let's head back to this billing section. So we already have the billing folder, and inside that we have page.jsx file. Inside that we'll add PayPal button like this. And now we don't need this buy now, and if I save this, head back to our application, refresh the screen, then you will see this PayPal option. Now there are a lot of PayPal options that you can make a payment with. Okay, now in order to make a payment with a given amount, it's very important to create an order first. So here we'll say create order. Inside this create order, it has data comma actions and then the arrow function. Inside here we'll say return actions dot order dot create, and then inside that you need to add the basic information. So here we'll add a purchase unit. Inside the purchase unit you need to provide an amount of type how much amount is, right, so that we can get it from the plan dot cost and then the currency. Okay, so depends on which country you are, you can just provide the currency. So in my case I will add the USD and then save it. Now after clicking this PayPal button, it will create an order with this amount. After this we'll add on approve method, so this will execute whenever the payment is successful. So here we'll say on payment success and we'll call this method, and inside this method make sure to pass a plan dot cost and also pass the plan dot credits. Okay, I will create this method at the top. So over here we'll get the cost comma credits so that we can update to the user account and make sure that's correct. So cost and credits, perfect. And there is one more method we can add. If you see, there are a lot of different methods, but here the another method we can add is on cancel or on error. Okay, so over here we'll say we can just add a toast message and you can say payment cancel and save it. Perfect. Now in order to test this, just go head back to our application, click any account. So we'll say for example PayPal. Inside the PayPal you have option with the pay with a debit or credit card, and then at the top you will see the amount which we pass. Now simply fill up all the information, add the dummy card details or testing card details in order to test this scenario. Once you add it and after successful payment, you will it will execute this on payment success method. Right now if I cancel, you saw this toast message because I cancelled this payment, but right now on the payment success we just need to update the user information. So make sure to update the user add the user credit mutation so that you can update it, and I will just copy the same code which we use it. So inside this video ID page JSX. I will copy these update credits and all of these things as it is and we'll paste it here. Here we'll make this async, and then we'll also add a toast message. We'll say credits added successfully and then save it. So that's how you can add the credit. Now for the testing card, just go to the PayPal testing cards, and here you will find some cards which you can help us, which you can use it to test the card. So here is the card number I'm going to use, and then let's go head back to our application. One more important thing before moving forward, here you can add the orientation as well for this PayPal button. Okay, so you have option to add the different orientation. So inside the style you can add, for example, layout. So it has a method called layout, and then provide the horizontal. Once you make that horizontal, you will see only one button, and then you can have option to make a payment with the PayPal or make a payment with the debit or credit card. Then inside this we'll add a card number, then I will copy this expiry date, and then last we need to copy the CVC code, or we call it CVV code. After filling all the details, say pay now. Here it's update the address, and then once the payment is successful, it's saying thanks for payment. And if I head back to our application, it might change the, it will update the credits. Okay, so here is thing, instead of updating credits, we we are deducting the credits. Okay, so by mistakenly, so over here you need to update the credits. So we'll say credits, and I will make sure to it's need to be a plus. Okay, so make sure to fix it, and then it will update the credits. Perfect. So that's how, guys, you need to make sure to update your information. Now if you have any question while integrating the PayPal payment gateway, let me know in the comment section. Now it's time to deploy our application on the cloud, so that you can share this with your friend and start earning money with this SaaS application. Obviously you can add more feature, but this is just a basic application where you can get started and add more functionality into your application. Now first thing first we need to push all the code to the GitHub, and through the GitHub we are going to deploy our application for a free using the Vercel. So I already pushed my application, so in this AI video ads generator repository. Okay, and once you push it, simply go to the vercel.com, and here if you don't have an account, create a new account. Here add a new project, and then you need to connect your repo. You will see your project where we just pushed now, and simply click import. Once it is imported, you can give the project name. Obviously it will detect the framework automatically, and then the most important part, we need to update the build output setting. As we are using a Convex, so simply go to the Convex documentation. So over here we'll say Convex deployed Vercel, and there is some small instruction that you need to follow. Now first thing, we need to update the build command with this particular command. So just copy this npx convex deploy and then npm run build. So I will copy it, make sure to override, and we'll paste this one. Then after that, open this environment variable, and we'll go to this .env .local file, whatever the variable we have, simply copy all of these and then paste it to this environment variable, and if you see, it just get added. Also, as currently our Convex we are running on the dev environment, right? But we want to go to the production because we are deploying it to a production mode. So simply click to the production, and then over here simply go to the settings, and here you will find URL deploy key. Generate the production deploy key by clicking this button. Here you can give the name of the key and simply save it. Now it will generate this production key. Simply copy this production key, and you need to add inside this .env file. So I will put it in the value, but for a key name you need to give the key name as the convex deploy key. So if you see this particular key and then add it, perfect, and that's all you need to do, and simply then click deploy. And once you click deploy, it will start building your project and they start installing all dependency, and then it will assign a custom domain where you can see your live application. And boom, if you see, our application is now live. If I click on this domain, it will obviously assign this dedicated domain. You can add your custom domain as well, where on the click of generate your first ad, here we can log into your application, and once you log in, your application now will run smoothly. Obviously we are in the currently in the production mode, so in the production site you will see the new table get created with this basic credits and all the information. How cool, it means our application is running perfectly fine. But obviously we also added the ingest into our application, and we need to set up the ingest for a production mode. For that one, simply go to the ingest.com, and once you are in the ingest.com, create a new account. So let me show you how. So once you are in the ingest.com, create a new account if you don't have. Once you create account, you will see dashboard like this, okay, at very first time. Inside the application tab, here you can even sync the app. You will see all of my previous application which I connected to this ingest. But the easiest way to connect the ingest with a Vercel project, simply go to the integration. Here you will see this Vercel option, click manage, and then make sure to connect your GitHub repo. Right now I already have the GitHub repo connected. Then search your project. Now it is alphabetically ordered, so you have to search it, and then over here you will see this AI video ad generator currently is disabled, so click configure, and here we'll say enable. Now this is the path, okay, for our API for the ingest, but you have to make sure you will add the domain at the start. So this is our domain. I will copy that and then we'll simply paste it here, okay. After this I think that's all we need to do, and simply click save configuration. Now if you want to know more about that one, once you're deploying using this Vercel and ingest integration, it will automatically generate this ingest sign-in key and the event key, and it will add it to your Vercel project as well. Now we'll go back, and over here if you see, currently now it is enabled for this project as well. Once it is enabled, go to this ingest home screen, and then make sure it's the application is under this app section. Currently it's not showing, but in meantime let's go to the Vercel. So we'll go to the Vercel project, then we'll go to the settings. Inside this you will see environment settings. Make sure the ingest key are there. See, once you added this key, you have to make sure you will trigger the deployment, and right now currently it's automatically deployed by the ingest only. So currently it is building and now it is ready. See, and saying just now. Once it's saying just now means it is ready to use. I will refresh this ingest app and we'll find why it's not working, but maybe in few seconds, it will take couple of seconds to display it under this app screen as well, sorry, app tab. Right now our application is not get synced. That's because if you see we have this warning. We'll click on this learn more and it's saying our deployment is protected, okay, inside the Vercel. So it might happen, obviously if your Vercel did not enable all the settings, then you have to enable it. That is for the security purpose. Now if you have Vercel deployment protection feature enabled by default, then ingest may not able to communicate with your application, and this may depend on the configuration you have set, okay. So right now the standard protection and all deployment, this affect the ingest production and branch environment. So in order to work around it, simply go to this production bypass for automation link. So it will jump onto this Vercel. Here is a guide how to enable this, and I will just go to this Vercel integration setting page. I think that is okay. So simply go to the Vercel and inside your project, go to the settings. Here we have this deployment protection. Currently it is enabled, so I will just disable this for now, or maybe we can add the secret key for the automation. So we'll add secret. Here we'll say ingest and save this one. So I don't know, it's saying length need to be a 32 character, or you can even simply disable this one and try to trigger the deployment again. So I will just redeploy this and we'll see whether it's working or not. And now if you see, our application is connected to the ingest, and obviously you can able to run the complete application along with the production ingest. That's how easy it is, and the most important thing, ingest is free to use. So guys, that's all for this deployment. I hope you understand. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section.